do whatever you want. I'll settle for nothing as long as we can keep the fire. I'll do whatever you do, follow you anywhere. If our chances are getting brighter, but I want you to know I can't help but fight this feeling. I want you to try. Imagine living without it, without it. So let's go. Heaven is worth fighting for, you know. I'll be standing right next to you, next to you. Oh, I know it won't be easy, but it's true. We will regret what we didn't do, what we didn't do, what we didn't do. I know you're feeling it too. This short is something. I know that this will take us higher. I'll do whatever you do. Let's take cover before our chances are getting darker. But I want you to know I can't help but fight this feeling. I want you to try. Imagine living without it, without it. So let's go. Heaven is worth fighting for, you know. I'll be standing right next to you, next to you. Oh, I know it won't be easy, but it's true. We will regret what we didn't do, what we didn't do. I did kung fu my feelings sometimes. Got misdirected, you know what to say. And I was telling myself many lies, just like the old days. So is that what you want? Bring it in. Another level and you feel like winning. Give me the test and we will surely be paying the price. Don't know about you, but I feel we're winning. So let's go. Heaven is worth fighting for, you know. I'll be standing right next to you, next to you. Oh, I know it won't be easy, but it's true. We will regret what we didn't do, what we didn't do.
Welcome to the stream, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, everybody. Hello. How's everybody doing? Why do I look especially bright this morning? I'm like Edward Cullen in the Twilight films. Hold on, let me turn this down. Look, like the middle of my head looks like I'm staring into the sun. Hold on. No, that's not. What is it? Why is it doing that? Why am I so shiny? I don't know how to fix that. I could go like. It is what it is. I'm just going to be shiny today, and that's just how it's going to be. I did make Esme cry. It's true. It's true. Jay Pluska, Kitty Tisser, Allcare, 27, Matt 27, Nardbarge, West Elm, Caleb ATX, Couch Potato, Vance like Blind Human, Aiden Narrow, Battle Steve, Battle Stove, The Rad, Lazy Sunday, good morning. Paxius, did I say that name right? Led, Red Sparrow, Squeaky Duck Quack, My BFF Shotgun, Jerex, Nublar Nick, Jen, thank you so much for 10 gifted memberships, Jen. That was so generous of you. Thank you so much. Wow, thank you. Jake, good morning. Doctor's appointment went fine. He didn't cut my balls. And to be quite honest with you, I felt a little rejected. What's wrong with my balls? I took a shower right before the exam. I freshened up for the doctor. Made sure that I smelled nice down there. And, nothing. What is it about me, specifically, that this man didn't want to cut my balls? Hurt my feelings is all. I did Manscaped recently, but not because I was going to the doctor. Sometimes you got to tame the hairs down there, you know? Did they stop cupping your balls for physicals? They cupped my balls every year when I was a child. Did they stop doing that? Do you guys get your balls cupped when you go to the doctor? They didn't have you do the thing where I remember them kind of like poking around with my shit. I would lay down on the medical table, whatever it's called, and they would kind of just like poke around down there. And as I got older, I remember it's a hernia check. Yeah. And as I got older, I remember I would get intense anxiety before a physical because and I guess I would have been like 11 or 10, I don't know. When do you first start getting boners? I don't even remember. But I remember having intense anxiety because I was like, what if I get a boner? What am I going to do if I get a boner? It's going to be so embarrassing. And then I never got one, but like I remember getting like really anxious before. What if they think that I like them? What if it's a guy and I get a boner and that means I'm gay? Like I remember having intense anxiety about that. Meanwhile, it's like the least sexy environment you could possibly imagine. Jawa Wawa, thank you so much for 2 years. Keep on keeping on. Have you been playing Death Stranding 2? It's a great game. I got the COVID vaccine and I got the flu vaccine last night, and I imagine that like the little extra kind of immune system activity caused me to sleep, because I haven't slept that good in literal years. I slept a solid 8 hours. Can you pull me in for a sec? Chat has questions. All right, Naughty Pup, let's make it quick though. Naughty Pup.
Okay, one. Good morning, Hutch.
Good morning.
The chat would like to know what is wrong with your espresso machine.
I ran out of oat milk. So I had to,
Okay.
yeah.
Two, chat also wants to know why you're being a line crosser when we're supposed to be boycotting Starbucks.
Who's supposed to be? Oh, the union stuff.
Oh,
You're right about that.
you're in big trouble now.
Am I a scab?
Huge.
Am I a coffee scab
Oh,
now? Is that what this
Discord is aflame with your name. They're
Oh
big mad,
my goodness.
and now you're canceled. I'm
Oh,
sorry
no.
to have to let you know, but you're canceled.
Thanks for letting me know. I guess I'll just take the day off and play Arc Raiders, you know. I don't
Okay.
want to do that, you know. I don't want it. That would be hell for me, but I'll do it. I guess I'll do it as my punishment.
We need you to be better, Hutch. We need you to be that pinnacle of shiny baldness for everybody to look at.
I'll try to be better for you though.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
All right.
There you go.
Bye-bye.
YouTube chat, like the damn stream. All right. See you later.
I did forget about that. I'm going to be honest with you. I did forget about that. I don't, is this another kind of old thing? Because I don't use alarm clocks anymore. I wake up around the same time every morning, usually around 7 a.m., 7:15. Rarely do I sleep in more longer than that. And I got a couple vaccines.
You bald fraud!
I got a couple vaccines last night and I slept like a baby. I slept a full 8 hours, didn't wake up once. And I woke up and I could have gone back to bed. Like I was like so relaxed when I woke up. It was amazing. Yeah. I stopped using an alarm clock a few years ago. I'm 30. When I was in my 20s, I would stay up usually until about 1 or 2. And I would sleep in until, yeah, like 10:30, 11 was usually when I used to wake up. HMC Sajax, thank you so much for 45 months. Appreciate it. Appreciate that so much. Wait, how old are you? I turned 42 this year. This face. It's the 5G coursing through the veins. Yeah. Yeah. True. Anyways, it is once again another day where there's like a ton of stuff to get through. Apparently somebody, you guys, was arrested for the pipe bomb thing. You guys remember the pipe bomb thing on January 6th? They arrested someone. What the fuck is that? What am I looking at here? That's better. Is it better? There we go. Okay. Good chance that's completely fake. I don't know. I think this is breaking news this morning that they made an arrest in the pipe bomb situation thing that happened.
Let's get right to MS Now Justice and Intel reporter Ken Delanian and our senior national security reporter David Rode and former FBI Assistant Special Agent in Charge Michael Feinberg, as well as USA Today's Washington Bureau Chief Susan Page. Ken, what more are you learning about how this unfolded?
Good morning, Anna. We're told that FBI agents swooped in this morning at the suspect's residence. We're told the suspect is a male in Virginia and made this arrest. We are awaiting a criminal complaint to be unsealed, which will articulate the charges against this suspect. But we're told that the FBI believes this is their man. This is the person they believe that's placed the...
Yeah, Marjorie Taylor Greene resigns, and then the pipe bomber is found. Coincidence? Coincidence? Unlikely.
these bombs outside the RNC and DNC headquarters in downtown Washington, D.C. in the hours before the January 6th attacks. But it's not clear that this had anything to do with the January 6th attacks. They tell us they don't have a motive at the moment. They don't have evidence pointing to a motive, but they do. Two sources do tell us.
Oh my God, you're right. Wait, hang on. Greenblade, you're so right. The suspect 100% going to argue they are already pardoned. Quote, grants a full, complete, and unconditional pardon to all other individuals convicted of offenses related to events that occurred at or near the United States Capitol on January 6, 2021. Dude, you're right. Whoever this person is, assuming they did it, they're going to get off scot-free because of the pardon, bro. I didn't even think of that. Can you imagine? You have to laugh. Like, you just have to laugh at it, right?
Us that this suspect has been associated with anarchist writing. So unclear what that tells us. What I can tell you is that this was one of the largest investigations in FBI history. They had so much evidence, including phone records and credit card records, and they had video evidence, but no clear facial image. They had an image of a shoe that was rather unique. They tried everything they could to identify this suspect, but over 5 years, they had very few leads until we're told they took another look at the evidence in their holdings.
I know why I'm so bright. I left HDR on. Let me turn that shit off. It kind of blows my mind that there are a lot of people that have HDR monitors but don't use it when they're playing games. And it's like, what are you doing? Sorry, there we go. I should be a little less shiny now.
And connected some dots that hadn't been connected, and were able to develop this evidence. Now, the Justice Department has scheduled a 1 p.m. news conference to discuss, we believe, this matter. And so we're hoping to hear more at that time about the suspect's identity and motive and whatever other evidence they've gathered. I should also say that this is, in a sense, a partial vindication for the Deputy FBI Director, Dan Bongino, who has made it a priority.
Because HDR sucks dick on most monitors that say they can do it. Well, I have a Samsung Odyssey G9 OLED 32:9. What are the 5120 by 1440? And this shit, games look incredible in HDR on this monitor. Fucking incredible. Are there Black Friday deals still going on? Don't they stretch them out for like a week? You guys have money to burn and you play a lot of games on PC. This monitor is the fucking best thing I've ever bought. And sometimes you can get a really good deal. Like this one, I bought it on sale. Yeah, you can get one. You can get one now for $1,000. Easy peasy. That might be used. I don't think I would buy a used one. But yeah. Anyways. 1K is crazy, but if you spend a lot of time, like, you got to think about what you're spending money on. So there's some things where it makes a lot of sense to just ball out and get the really good thing. I don't do that for everything, but like mattresses, that's a good time to spend a little bit of extra money because you're going to be laying down on that shit for like 10 years. You know, shoes, that's another good example. Buying comfortable shoes. A Herman Miller chair, you know, how much do those cost on Amazon or online? For probably like $500, right? $600. They're pretty pricey, but they fucking last forever. I've had this chair for 8 years. No sign of wear and tear, like nothing. It's still the same exact chair. Yeah, tires. or, you know, televisions, monitors. Like, you're going to be using that thing for hundreds or thousands of hours. But it's not gamery, Hutch. I don't even know what that means. I don't understand. You live in LA, you can go with shitty tires. I take, you know, I take pretty long road trips at least 2 or 3 times a year. Drive that car for hundreds of miles. Working on getting a new PC chair and it's fucked. Herman Miller, dude, the Herman Miller chair that I have is fucking, you know. Herman Millers are like double that. Are they that expensive? Are they like $800? They might be like $800. Hold on. But if you have the money to spend, you're gonna get a ton of mileage out of that chair. I'm looking online. Amazon right now, they're selling them for like $650. You can get the, you know, $150, $200 chair. That's fine. I've bought a few of those in my day. But those chairs, whenever I would buy those chairs, they would only last like a few years, a couple years. And then you buy in a new chair, and you know. It's like actually cheaper in the long run to spring a few extra hundo to get a proper chair, and then that shit's just gonna last you literally your entire life. It's a good investment.
For the FBI to come in and take another look at the evidence in this case. But our understanding is it does not support what Bongino said when he was a podcaster and never refuted as deputy director, which is he said it was an inside job. He claimed that the FBI knew the identity of the bomber, but didn't reveal it. As our understanding is that is not true. They just learned the identity of this suspect. But this is a case that spawned a multitude of conspiracy theories, mainly on the right. What investigators are hoping is that this arrest today will put to bed many of those conspiracy theories on it.
This is a huge get in terms of the reporting here, Ken. Great work. David, we are waiting any official word about the charges, about the details of this suspect, as we anticipate that early afternoon briefing from federal officials. What kind of information might they be able to provide for us in a case of this magnitude?
I mean, the most basic thing will be the name, you know, and it's interesting, this detail about anarchist writings and what were the motive or whatever. The backstory, though, as Ken said, is true. Why wasn't this discovered sooner? And this has had this extraordinary number of conspiracy theories following it. Some were that there were people who were said that these bombs were planted to exaggerate January 6th, to somehow make the efforts of the crowd that day look worse.
So this was posted, I want to say like an hour and a half ago. Do we have any new? This is a breaking story, right? So I think the arrest just happened just this morning. Do we have any new information?
But again, Ken is the expert on this, but it doesn't seem like this individual, you know, an anarchist writing sort of fits that profile.
There's still much, much more to learn about why this individual.
Well, I mean, that's significant to know. If he was motivated by like anarchistic ideology,
would have planted these devices. Michael, you were at that field office when
the video was dated January 5th in the top left. Does it not break the January 6th pardon? I don't know. I'll leave that up to the lawyers. I don't know. If you were planting the bomb to go off on January 6th, like I don't know.
This case started. What's your reaction to this arrest?
I'm sort of shocked, to be quite frank, because it is difficult to convey the tumult and churn that was going on at the Washington field office during this time period between the January 6th insurrection and this case and general fears about potential attacks at President Biden's inauguration. We were literally working 24/7 in 8-hour shifts. There was a month and a half period where my own squad was in the office every day from 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. And they had a lot of resources and a lot of investigators detailed to this particular incident of the pipe bombs. And for it now to come out that without the gathering of any new evidence, but simply a review of stuff that had already been collected, it's pretty amazing that they were able to do this. So I'm very looking forward to seeing the criminal complaint later today and understanding exactly what evidence was already in holdings that had supposedly not been connected.
We are also joined by MS Now national security analyst, former FBI supervisor Rob D'Amico. Rob, this is a huge breakthrough. Remember, these were real bombs. They could have been detonated and done some serious harm and damage. But it
wasn't, am I remembering this correctly? Wasn't Kamala Harris in very close proximity to one of those bombs at some point on that day?
If this breakthrough came from information already in the Bureau's possession, possibly for years, how did they miss it?
Well, when there's so much information, when you look at a crime like this, to have him on film, to have all the cellular data and all the other things that the Bureau looks at, it's an amazing amount of data. But when you look at it and when you're consumed with it, sometimes just getting a fresh set of eyes or something that was somewhere that someone looked at and didn't follow up on it or didn't do something down the road, it's really hard to track that. But you just keep staying dogged on it. It's one of those things that we never give up and we keep, looking at it, and then bringing fresh eyes in always helps. I mean, those cold cases are always like that, where a fresh set of eyes looks at it and says, wait, what about this? And it was just something that was just a pile of data. And that's one of those things that comes in. There's so much information now that comes in with the case. I mean, you look at the Unabomber and how long it took. I don't know if we ever would have caught him if his brother hadn't given us. This one is just that and data. The data alone, the cellular data, the tracking, the videos that they're looking at, you just get consumed. And every day this went on, probably less resources went to it. And people were just like, okay, we've done so much. We're waiting for something new to come in, new science, but that doesn't get it solved. And it just as someone comes in, and it could have been as easy as someone came in and said, wait a second, did we really check this out to its logical conclusion? And they did, and it pinged on it. It will be nice and interesting to see where he is connected and what the motivation is, because there's so many conspiracy theories out there. It's really tough to get to the bottom of that.
It's been almost 5 years, if I'm doing my math right, at least 4 here, since it's 2025 right now, and this was early 2021. And even as recent as this past January, the FBI was putting out images trying to get more tips from the public, signaling they really didn't have something to go on to continue that investigation further. And we know they've already visited more than 1,200 residents and businesses, interviewed more than 1,000 different people as part of this probe, and have reviewed approximately 39,000 video files. So that gives you a sense of the mountain of evidence they have to work with. Susan, is there a collective sigh of relief in Washington today after knowing that this perpetrator, who was walking free for nearly 5 years, is off the street?
So, of course, arrested, not convicted, so we'll give him the presumption of innocence. But yes, I think a lot of us assumed that this was a case that would never be closed. It'd be like C.B. Cooper, or D.B. Cooper, the hijacker who eluded capture for decades and decades. So kudos to I realize maybe this is something that...
Did that guy get caught? There was somebody who was it in the 70s or the 80s? They hijacked a plane and then stole a bunch of money and then jumped out of the plane with a parachute, and then they were never, you guys are saying DB Cooper, so were they caught? He was never found, unsolved. I remember reading about that in a book about unsolved mysteries when I was like 10 years old.
FBI investigators.
Don't most people speculate that they died? Yeah.
could have figured out earlier. But kudos for sticking with it, because it doesn't sound like the reward, the $500,000 reward, got somebody to spill the tea on this guy. It sounds like it's the result of shoe leather, of the kind of shoe leather reporting and work that reporters and FBI agents do that sometimes pays off, but it can take a long time, and it is a huge amount of effort.
Yet technically, David, this investigation has spanned 3 administrations. Does that make it harder to connect the dots, especially as there's been turnover at the FBI?
There has been a lot of tumult at the FBI and turnover. I think this does help, I think, Kash Patel, who's been struggling recently. Again, great reporting by Ken and Carol on this. And so it's a significant achievement to bring this to a close. You know, the issue, though, again, will be...
Fucking Kash Patel, man. There was a clip of him, a very unfortunate old clip of him. Let me play you this back-to-back clip of Kash Patel. It's going to make your fucking head spin. He was interviewed by Laura Ingraham a few days ago. We should watch that full interview. Let me see if I can find that, actually. Here, watch this part.
And the Democrats are also, Mr. Director, supposedly going to investigate your use of the FBI jet, because they're claiming you've commandeered it for personal joyrides, going to a wrestling event, I guess, for your girlfriend. Is that true? And if so, you know, if the Biden team did something like that, if it was true, you know, I'd probably be hitting them tonight on television. But I thought I'd give you a chance to respond to that drive-by.
Yeah. It's simple. The FBI director, all FBI directors are required users of the FBI plane. They don't let me fly commercially. But my predecessors wasted millions of dollars because they were too lazy to drive an extra 20 minutes and go to Andrews Air Force Base. They used
Swanee Bird with $5. Lamino has a great video about DB Cooper. Definitely recommend checking it out. Nice. I'll actually, let me bookmark that now. I'll listen to it on my afternoon constitutional today.
DC Reagan National as their personal hub, costing the taxpayer $4 million. I shut that policy off and mandated the use of government airfields. I've also used the airplane less than my prior 2 predecessors. And yes, I'm entitled to a personal life just like my other agency had counterparts with their partners. So do I support my girlfriend? Absolutely. And do I take trips with her? Absolutely. But when they're talking about raid jackets and Velcro and FBI plane use, they are not talking about the facts, because they know this FBI is succeeding in ways prior leadership failed. And
so if you missed the reporting on this, there was some reporting that when Kash Patel showed up, was it in Utah? For the Charlie Kirk shooting situation, he refused to get off the plane until somebody gave him an FBI raid jacket. They couldn't find one, like a spare one on the plane somewhere. So an on-duty agent, according to the reporting, had to go to the plane to give him their jacket, which I think was a woman's jacket. I don't know if that matters. And there were patches of Velcro on the jacket. And so then he refused to get off the plane until people gave him like patches to put on the jacket. Which, wait, now I want to look at that press conference again. Utah press conference. Wait, hold on. What's live? What is this? It looks like the DOJ is gonna go live here in 15 minutes, I guess, to talk about the I assume the pipe bomb thing. So we'll tune into that. But now I want to look. Utah press conference. Kash Patel. Wait, he's not wearing a raid jacket here. Hold on. Was it this one? Okay. I think this is the one.
Dr. Kash Patel, appealed for public assistance in the
Apparently, yeah, there's like some patches here, and somebody in chat is saying is actually, oh, you can't even see it. It's actually like a
investigation
Utah
into the murder
SWAT
of
patch or
conservative
something like that.
activist Charlie Kirk, as the FBI released new footage of the suspect.
He refused to get off the plane until somebody gave him a raid jacket. It's pretty unbelievable.
And those cronies will always stick together and, of course, band together with their enemies to come in and attack us. And our mission here is to protect the American people. Let me tell you one more stat that the American people are going to love. This FBI is on course to deliver the lowest murder rate in modern history by double digits. The lowest murder rate in modern history by double digits. That's because we're out there in cities like Memphis leading the charge, in places like St. Louis and Miami and New York and elsewhere across the country, delivering the mission first mindset and putting agents in power in the field to make these arrests. You cannot have these results if you focus on what the media wants to write about you or what the Democrats want to investigate. I am the only FBI director to turn over information related to travel, and that information shows one thing. I am a steward of the taxpayer dollars. My predecessors weren't. They couldn't drive 20 extra minutes on every trip. I'll drive an extra hour if it saves the taxpayer an extra few bucks.
Eric Swalwell has zero credibility on any.
Anyways, unfortunately for him, this clip exists.
And I'm not saying take all their funding. I'm not the defund everything guy. I'm just saying Chris Wray doesn't need a government-funded G5 jet to go to vacation. Maybe we ground that plane. $15,000 every time it takes off. Just a thought.
Minimum.
Ooh, that seems like a bit of a contradiction, doesn't it? That's unfortunate. What a fucking clown show this administration is, you guys. There's no serious people in this administration at all. Now I want to watch that whole interview with Kash Patel. Let me see if I can. I think I just clicked on it, right? Where is it? Here. Okay.
Here to discuss is FBI Director Kash Patel. Mr. Director, thank you very much for joining us tonight. Where does this investigation tonight stand?
Well, first and foremost, our prayers to the family of the fallen soldier and our prayers to the family of hopefully this individual who continues to recover. This is a sprawling international terrorism investigation that the FBI is leading out on, and we are making sure to work with our interagency partners, and I've already issued dozens of pieces of legal processes, dozens of devices, already hit 2 houses and interviewed many individuals associated with the subject, and that investigation is going to continue on to anyone and everyone this person ever spoke to. We're not going to leave any stone unturned. We're going to collect the evidence. We're going to hand it off to our partners at DOJ.
Valhalla. I will never forget that. The Valhalla line. We watched that live. Do you guys remember that? We watched that live. When he told Charlie Kirk that he would see him in Valhalla. Hutch, did you hear about the federal judge overturning his decision and asking for the federal government to reimburse and pay the fines and fees for 2 January 6 rioters? No. What? The federal judge overturning his decision? I don't understand what you're talking about. What's that about?
And make sure he's prosecuted to the full extent of the law, and anyone else that was responsible for this vicious, heinous attack will be held to the same account.
Now, today, the DHS secretary...
That's right. Yeah, he was at a high-end steakhouse when he heard that Kirk died, and he was like live tweeting out shit that he had no info about. Yeah.
Suggested.
Federal judge approves refunds for January 6th couple. Sorry, what? Why is this paywalled? I can't watch it, or I can't read it. You have a different. Oh, here. Thank you. Zorda, thank you so much for 114 months. My goodness. You're almost 10 years of subscribing. Thank you so much for that. Boasberg reverses course on January 6th. Defendants pardoned by Trump. Excuse me. U.S. District Judge James Boasberg on Wednesday ordered 2 January 6 defendants pardoned by Donald Trump to be refunded in full for restitution payments made and fines incurred as part of their earlier criminal cases. It was a reversal from just months earlier when the same judge rejected their bid for repayment. Boasberg used a memo order Wednesday to outline the fairly complex case history for Cynthia Ballinger and her husband, Christopher Price, both of whom had been tried and convicted on misdemeanor charges in connection with the events of January 6, and ordered to pay hundreds of thousands of dollars in assessment fees and restitution. Boasberg order effectively clears the way for the government to refund both of them in full. Now that's blackpilling. The new decision, he said, is the result of an appeals court decision as well as the timing of Trump's pardon, which came at the same time as their case had been pending appeal before the DC Circuit. Having viewed the question afresh, the court now agrees with the defendants. In July, Boasberg rejected their request to be refunded the $570 each in restitution payments. Oh, I was expecting this to be like thousands of dollars. Okay, well, it is what it is, right?
That the suspect was radicalized here in the United States. What more can you tell us? Because that's what our viewers want to learn a lot about.
Yes, and we'll speak to that publicly in our documents in court. That is a very much ongoing piece of our investigation, where and how he was radicalized, and we're working with our partners at DHS and everywhere else to make sure we speak in court with crystal clarity and unity, and we'll be doing so soon.
And the vetting process, Mr. Director, we raised red flags about this back in 2021 on the angle, but that OIG report from 2022 says there were serious issues with the ability to vet Afghan refugees after that botched pullout from Afghanistan. And one bill has already been introduced in Congress would mandate that all refugees be re-vetted. Do you think that is a good idea? Your reaction tonight to that?
You hit it on the head. The problem with this case shows the emblematic failure of the Biden administration to vet anyone who came here from Afghanistan after.
Bro, the increased RAM prices are expected to last until like 2027, 2028. All right, never mind. I do hate AI. That's going to affect the cost of consoles as well, right? You know what sucks, guys, is I think I need new RAM. I've been getting some blue screens, and it's related to the memory. I think I need new RAM. Like right as the prices skyrocket. I have 32 gigabytes of DDR5 just sitting here. I bought it for $111. Now it's worth $427. Damn. Yeah, these RAM prices are insane. Isn't it like... What's the highest? Is it DDR5 or DDR6? It's DDR5, right? Isn't DDR5 like $1,000 right now? Like $2,000? DDR5. Is it DDR5? DDR5. $4,800 megahertz, 32 gigabytes DDR5 is $300. That's not horrible. Wait, I'm seeing some reasonably priced RAM. Wait, is that horrible? Hang on a second. That is horrible, right? I think I bought mine for like $150. Never mind, that's pretty high, right? DDR5 6000 MT/S, whatever that is, $419. $619. Oh yeah, PC gaming's cooked right now. Yeah, some of these prices are wild. Jesus, what happened? What's going on? Yeah.
the disastrous withdrawal. Zero. It's not like people were even partially vetted. They refused to do so. So it now falls to us in this administration to make sure we vet every single person that came in here legally or illegally or otherwise, and make sure there is no derogatory or criminal information or terrorist ties. And we are going to do that mission.
And Mr. Director, another big issue that is concerning Americans, and it involves the refugee community, but in...
Well, it's not the tariffs primarily, right? It's the AI stuff, right? So the only way this gets resolved is if these companies can, I guess, dramatically ramp up their manufacturing, right? But then, yeah, I don't know. This is all very disruptive. This is all very, very disruptive. AI is driving all of our energy costs up as well, which is not great. Where is the RAM manufactured? What country manufactures the most RAM? Is it like South Korea, Japan? What are we talking about? Is it China? Is it China? DOJ press conference in 3 minutes. Yeah, I have that bookmarked. When it goes live, we'll switch over to that. I assume it's going to be them talking about the pipe bomb stuff.
Minnesota is the Treasury Department's investigation of that massive fraud there in the Somali community. So how is the FBI working that, and what can you tell us tonight, given the plethora of reporting and the defensive posture of both the mayor and the governor of Minnesota, Tim Walz?
What I can tell you is the FBI let out on an investigation, and we publicized it months ago. We've got 78 people that have been arrested pursuant to our investigation along with the interagency, and that investigation is very much ongoing. We are not finished. It was one of the largest fraud scams ever committed in the state of Minnesota history, and we are going to continue to interview and subpoena anyone involved with this case.
What's the context for the stream title, Who Made Who Cry? I'll give you spoiler alert. It's Tim Miller made Olivia Nunzi, is that her name, or Nuzzy? Made her cry and rage quit in an interview. Olivia, is it Nunzi? Nunzi is a, quote unquote journalist who was writing a piece on RFK during the 2024 election campaign, and then began having an affair, or Nuzzy, and had an affair with him. And the details of that affair have been made public because she was dating, I think, Ryan Lizza at the time, who's like another quote unquote journalist. And now he's like writing Substack articles, paywalled, spilling the tea about what she revealed about that affair. And the whole thing is so fucking messy. And Tim Miller interviewed her, and I haven't seen the clip yet, but all I know is that he asks her a question and presses her, and she cries, and then I think ends the interview. So we will watch that probably after the DOJ. I don't think we're going to watch the entire DOJ press conference, but we'll probably watch that right after that.
It is very much ongoing and live.
There are a lot of foreign interests that seem to be causing trouble in the United States. And I know the FBI today announced that Chinese national pled guilty to smuggling dangerous pathogens into Michigan. In a student at the University of Michigan, that individual has been deported, a Chinese national. My question is, it seems like kind of a slap on the wrist deporting her back to China. A lot of people on social media wondering, why didn't she do jail time, or did you seek jail time here for her?
Okay, this interview is a little bit boring, huh? Isn't it? Mike Johnson, you guys, is in serious shit. Who told? We should get some bets. YouTube chat, Twitch chat, just type yes or no. Do you guys think that Mike Johnson survives as the leader of the Republican Party in the House through 2026? Some of you guys are optimistic here. I think he's done. I think he's done before the midterms. I think he's gone before the midterms. What an embarrassing, dysfunctional, chaotic mess the Republican Party is. And quite frankly, guys, it's pissing me off now. Now this is pissing me off. Now I'm a little bit pissed because we've had nothing but, you know, right up until the elections a month ago, it was nothing but constant discourse, debate about what the Democratic Party needs to do in order to get out of their mess. And then it's just, I feel like I'm taking crazy pills because this entire time, like, why wasn't an equal amount of discussion being had about the Republican Party and what they need to do to change course and get on a better track? Because they have just been falling off of the rails this entire time. The whole fucking time. They have been a complete catastrophe. I think they're going to keep him as the scapegoat for the 26 midterm results. Guys, there's a non-zero chance that the Republican Party is going to lose their majority before the midterms. And it's not even like a single digit chance. It's like, there's a very real possibility of that happening. Because the reporting suggests that there are numerous Republicans who are contemplating early resignations. That is to say, resigning before their term is up. Nancy Mace now is reportedly considering following Marjorie Taylor Greene's lead. Are you talking about news orgs? I'm just saying, like, across social media and legacy media, I feel like we've been stuck in a state of constant, like, I don't know, maybe my own experience is bending the reality for me, but I know that, like, on the podcast that I do, for example, Space Limey with 5 gifted subs. Space Limey, thank you so much for doing that. I appreciate that, buddy. It's just been a constant, never-ending conversation about, oh my God, the Democrats are falling apart, rudderless, we don't have any leader, we don't have any platform, we don't have any identity, we don't have any cohesion. Like, we're all gonna die. Like, it's just been a constant conversation about, like, what do the Democrats need to do to, like, fix which to a certain extent, some of that obviously is appropriate after an election loss like 2024. Obviously. We should ask those questions. We should have those conversations. But the tone of those conversations and how long they stretched into this year, it's a little frustrating in retrospect because the whole time the Republican Party has been a fucking chaotic mess. And I didn't really see any conversations about, like, well, what do the Republicans need to... There was no kind of even identifying that they were a chaotic mess. There was this outsized focus, I think, on Democrats the entire time. Fwiggy, thanks so much for 6 months. Do you guys understand what I mean? Do you guys understand what I'm saying? I don't know anybody who's pretending like the Republicans aren't a mess. Not sure why that means we can't criticize the Dems. No, it's not about that. It's not about that. It's really not. I don't care if you criticize Democrats. It's fine. As long as the criticism is in good faith. If reasonable people can disagree about the conversation, I'm fine with that. That's fine. Kyle Kulinski was even saying to copy Trump. That's the other thing too, is like, I feel that at many times throughout 2025, I must have participated in 24 discussions with people one-to-one or on the podcasts about how, like, the Democrats should look to Trump to sort of to figure out a new playbook. Like, well, maybe we need to start doing what Trump is doing. And it's like, and I feel like I've been saying the whole time, That's a horrible idea. We should not do that. Why would we want to do that? And people had the perspective of, well, look, they won a trifecta in 2024, therefore, and we lost, therefore, maybe it's time to start fucking adopting their playbook. And forgive me if I say, I feel a little vindicated right now because I'm like, the whole time I've been saying, that's a horrible idea. It's not going to work out well. That movement, MAGA, what they're doing is not sustainable. It's a foundation of, like paper. You should skip the Nuzzy interview. It's horrible and Tim gets nothing out of her. She's just trying to sell a book. I want to watch some of it for sure. Please, Jules, with $5. I had to explain to many in my circle that Republicans are not looking good, and that's putting it mildly. We should still stay vigilant, though. I agree 100% with that. I don't think that we should get complacent or just bank on Republican chaos in perpetuity, and then that can be the thing that defines. I'm not saying we should do that. We as Democrats, I mean. Daz Vidani with $10. The left media wants different things from leadership and candidates that don't align with what voters want. Let me read that again. I'm sorry. The left media wants different things from leadership and candidates that don't align with what voters want. They don't recognize the differing incentive structures and interests that drive them. Yeah, I 100% agree. Everywhere I look now, I go to Breaking Points and I go to Kyle Kulinski and I go to Hassan and I go like all of them. Now they're all coming out with videos talking about how the Republican Party is falling apart. And I feel crazy because for the last year, I feel like I've been hearing these same people say to one degree or another, or in one way or another, that we need to start, the Democrats need to start kind of fucking doing their playbook. The crisis that the Democratic Party currently faces was constantly framed as existential for the last year. If the Democrats don't do X, the whole party is gonna,
Trump's tactics works because they are seeking to destroy society. They're playing politics in easy mode. Libs and progressives are trying to beat this campaign on Legendary.
Hard to. There we go. There you go. Let me just wear my hat. This is my hat. It's not like I perfectly predicted things, to be clear, because I was nervous. After 2024, I was like, damn, he won the popular vote. He won every single swing state. Shit. Does this mean the country is moving right? Does this mean that the demographic shifts that occurred in 2024 are going to be like sticky? Are we entering a new kind of like firmly right-wing political paradigm in this country? I worried about that stuff. It's not that I wasn't afraid about that stuff. But I have consistently been saying, what Donald Trump has done with the Republican Party is not a model of success to replicate or to try to borrow from. That's not a winning playbook. They got short-term wins in two key elections, 2016, 2024. They got short-term wins. But the overall political project is a very fragile coalition, as we're obviously seeing now. It's been a disaster for the Republican Party, an absolute disaster. Well, let me rein that in a little bit. There have been significant, because you bring up a good point, that they did get 3 Supreme Court justices under Donald Trump. That's a big deal. That is a big deal. But they were able to do that once they had that power, and some of that is luck. Like, to be clear, some of that is just like they just kind of lucked into that. They got lucky, for example, that Ruth Bader Ginsburg died, you know, like a month before the 2020 election. You are wrong. The playbook is good, but the way they run politics afterwards is bad. If that were true, then why do they have such tiny majorities right now? Why is there a very real possibility that they're going to lose their House majority before the midterms? You guys understand? There's a non-zero chance that that's going to happen. Republicans in Congress right now, they are starting to flee. They are freaked the fuck out by what happened in Tennessee a couple nights ago. It's freaking them out. And they're definitely freaked out about the elections that happened a month ago. They can see where the winds are blowing, and it is not in their direction. If their way of doing politics was so good during campaigns, then why did they only end up with like a 4 or 5 seat majority after 2024? They would have had at least double digits in terms of their majorities. Because the results after the fact have been bad because they're incompetent actually governing. Such has nothing to do with their behavior. I guess I don't follow you there. I'm sorry. I don't mean to be. Messerschmeck says, what would you like the Republican Party to look like? Think like a worthy adversary that you don't agree with, but don't drive you insane like MAGA. I don't really know how to answer that question because I don't think the big problem or the bigger problem for Republicans is their politicians. It's their voters. It's their voters that's the problem. The reason why they keep nominating insane candidates that are throwing winnable elections is because Republican primary voters have gone insane. They have lost their minds. And I'm not even being hyperbolic when I say that. They have lost their minds. And the reasons for that, I think, are complex. And I think they go back decades. I think this is if you're having a conversation about why Republican voters have become so delusional and insane, there's decades of relevant historical context. It's just that it's dramatically ramped up in the last 10 years. And do you know why I think that is? You know why it's dramatically ramped up in the last 10 years? It's partly because of Trump. That's obviously a big part of this. Like, a lot of it you can just put squarely in his lap. But it is the ubiquitousness or the ubiquity, I don't know what the word is, of social media and phones. It's the phones. It's social media. It's the algorithms. It's the phones. That's what's going on. People are spending way more time looking at their phones. And the algorithms have gone like insane. The kind of algorithms that, do you guys remember the kind of algorithms for Twitter and YouTube like 15 years ago? Like, some of it was not great, but it was not like, it got dramatically, those algorithms, as they figured out, as these social media companies figured out more and more how to accurately predict what would get their users, their consumers, to click on stuff. As that technology iterated and improved significantly over time, exponentially, they got really good at serving people stuff that outraged them and therefore made it more likely that they would click on stuff. And a bunch of our boomer parents and silent generation parents retired at that time, and they started spending way more time looking at their phones, and it just made them all insane. And now they're passing laws in Florida about chemtrails. Chemtrails. That's InfoWars shit. That is InfoWars shit. Chemtrails? And they're passing bills in Florida regulating chemtrails. That to me, that is one of the most significant things I think that has happened in the last year. And I think it's one of the things, well, I mean, not literally, but like, I think it's one of the things that you can point to like really strongly make the case that Republican voters have legitimately just gone insane. They're fucking crazy. They're crazy. And they're crazy people. Jen said, I wrote a chemtrail bill we passed here in Louisiana. I had to write it. What? Excuse me? Wait, what do you do for a living? You wrote a bill about chemtrails? That's so interesting. What the fuck? I think the biggest problem that the Democratic Party faces right now is it has to find a way to reconcile the tension that exists between the we'll call it the progressive wing and the moderate wing. You could get into more specifics. You could argue that there's like 5 or 6 kind of subgroups of Democratic Party voters, but we'll just massively oversimplify for the sake of this conversation and just say that that is the number one challenge for the Democratic Party, in my opinion, is to find a way, the party has to find a way to try to make it so that the tension is not, how do I phrase this? I don't even know how to phrase this. I don't even know if that is, I have to think about this because let's just say it this way. There's 2 problems that I think pose significant challenges for the Democratic Party. The first problem is the extreme tension that exists between progressives and moderates. That tension seems to be growing worse. The tension seems to be ramping up over the years, and it's leading to significant divisions that I think were huge contributing factors to why Kamala lost. I think that was a big part of it. But there's also the structural problems for Democrats. Namely the Senate. Like the Senate is a big problem for Democrats because the Democratic voter base want transformational change. They want, at minimum, when it comes to healthcare, they want a public option at minimum. But the majority of the party wants some kind of single payer system. That's just on healthcare, but they want transformational legislation, and that legislation is just not possible with the current structure of the Senate and the current Senate rules. And so the Democrats are locked on a path right now where no matter what they do when they have power, it's not going to be enough for a lot of the Democratic voter base. And so that's a big problem because if you can't deliver for your own base, it's going to be more difficult to keep them energized enough to stay engaged and continue to vote in special elections and midterms. The filibuster is a Senate rule that I would say overwhelmingly benefits Republicans because the things that they want to do, they don't need 60 votes to do. They don't need 60 votes to do tax cuts through budget reconciliation. They don't need 60 Senate votes to, dismantle the Department of Education. But basically, like everything that the Democratic Party voter base want the Democratic Party to do requires a filibuster-proof majority or to get rid of the filibuster. So that's a really big problem. And then again, you have the problem of the division within the party itself. And I talked about this yesterday, and I think I'm onto something. I think if we had a multi-party system in this country, I think if our system of government mirrored the kind of government that we see in Canada or the UK or Italy or France or Germany, you could have separate parties. You could have like a moderate Democrat party that's its own identity, and then you could have a progressive like Bernie Sanders type political party, and they would have their own identity. Because I think a big problem right now with the Democratic Party is that the progressives, they don't like calling themselves Democrats. They don't many of them don't give themselves that label of a Democrat, and there's a resentment there. They don't like the fact that like they're Democrats. Famously governable Italy. But do you understand what I mean, though? You understand what I'm getting at? Like, if it was like a Bernie Sanders Democratic Socialist Party, and they were their own party, right? Then, and they chose to make a formal political coalition with like a moderate Democratic Party, then they still get to retain their identity. They don't have to concede their entire like political identity. But right now, this wing, there's a ton of frustration with the political establishment, with the like establishment Democrats, Democratic Party leadership. And because they're forced to share a party, they're like constantly trying to do this like hostile takeover. Like they want to take over the Democratic Party. They want to purge the party of Chuck Schumer, Hakeem Jeffries, and and if they had their own party, there wouldn't be that same kind of drive, I don't think. It's just a theory. I could be wrong about that. It's just a theory. The parliamentary system is goated. The UK has 5 relevant parties right now: Labour, Tory, Reform, Greens, Lib Dems, along with other regional parties. I think it is a better system. I'm skeptical of the idea that we would be able to fix most of our problems if we switch to a parliamentary system, but I think it is a better system. I kind of don't love like the structure of the Senate and the US House of Representatives. I don't love it. I don't love the bicameral. I don't love two senators for each state. I think that it was a system that when it was designed made perfect sense. That system was necessary in the context of forming a union to fight a revolutionary war against what was at the time the most superior military on the planet, with the British Empire. That system of having a union between like slave states and non-slave states, that was necessary. You had to do it that way because that was the only way we were going to beat the Brits, is if we had a union. But that was 250 years ago. It was 250 years ago. And now we're heading into a situation where like California has 40 million people. It's equivalent to the population of the bottom like 20 states. And those 20 states have 40 senators. California has 2. Like it's already untenable, and it's just gonna that problem, that disproportionality, that is only going to continue to exacerbate or be exacerbated as the years go on and on. And it's just, To me, it's not sustainable. It doesn't make any sense. Our government here in the Netherlands is parliamentary, but also bicameral. They're not necessarily mutually exclusive, of course. Das Vidania with $5. I've had this hot take, did vote for him twice, that Sanders doesn't get enough shit for contributing to the lack of trust in our democratic system. No, you're right. You're right. I'm so mixed on Bernie. I'm so mixed on him, but I'm mostly negative on him these days. He stoked those fires. He stoked those fires for sure, and he's still doing it now. Area 51 Escapee with $5. I often find similarities between religious thinking and conspiracy thinking. Both groups want to believe in things that make life more interesting. Yeah, I think I agree with that. Yeah. Did I get everybody? I think I did, yeah. Bicameral is absolutely important, and make sure both states and the populations have representation. If there was a third way to represent the people, I would probably add that too. My problem is now with the bicameral structure of the legislative branch. I'm fine with that, but the current way that we structure the Senate makes no sense in 2025. It made sense in the late 18th century. It made perfect sense. It doesn't make sense now. You were a big Bernie bro in the past, Touch, in 2016. What happened? I think what happened was, I think 2016 has proven to be one of the most, and when I say 2016, I mean the conflict within the Democratic Party that happened in 2016 during those primaries has proven to be one of the most significant and harmful things that have happened in Democratic Party politics since like the late 60s and the early 70s. I think that a lot of people to this day believe things that are just simply not true, and the things that they believe contribute to voter apathy. I think the Democratic Party should be stomping the Republican Party basically every election. If we had more unity within the party, if we had more of an acceptance of ideological differences within the party, we would be unstoppable. And I believe that the false narratives that have persisted for the last 10 years since the Bernie v. Clinton stuff happened, I think without those false narratives, we would just be a dominant political force in this country, and a lot of good stuff would happen. A lot of good policies would happen. But there are way too many people who to this day accept as gospel truth the lie that the Democratic Party robbed Bernie Sanders. And I've seen Sanders over the years too many times feed into that lie. And it's like death by 1,000 cuts. I've just seen him do it way too many times. I've seen him go on way too many podcasts. And then some idiot podcaster will say something like, well, the Democratic Party, they like stole it from you. Twice. They like rigged it against you. And then Bernie would be like, that's right. Yep. That's right. But, what do we, and then he feeds into it. And I don't know if that's because of ego. I don't know if he actually believes that. I doubt it. I doubt he actually believes that. I think he knowingly plays into the lie with the hope that the lie will help his wing of the party win control of the party. I don't even know how Dems are supposed to fix the relationship when the left still refuses to learn what the DNC is and what it can and can't do. That's a big problem too, yeah. It's gotten to the point now where when I see anyone type DNC, I get kind of triggered. Because the majority of the time somebody brings up the DNC in a political debate or something like that, it's a bad take. It's a really dumb, stupid take. From somebody who literally, going back to what you said, literally has no idea what the DNC actually does. Like, people are like, why didn't the DNC do more to support like Mamdani or whatever? It's like, well, they typically don't get involved in mayoral races, you know. Please Jules with $2. That impression of Bernie was solid. I can do a decent Bernie. The 1% of the 1%. What does it say about America? That we're the only industrialized country in the world to not. No, it's not good. That's not good. That's not me at my best right there. He's just got his greatest hits that he's a little bit like Trump, where it's just like he'll repeat kind of the same kind of. He's consistent. If there's anything you can say about Bernie, is he's consistent. Healthcare is a human right. You know, he does that kind of thing. I think Bernie retires next year. I'm glad. I'm glad. At this point, I am glad. I think he has inspired a whole generation of
I am once again asking Hutch to feel the burn.
I think Bernie, you can draw a straight line from Bernie to like Rashida Tlaib. And what's her name? Barbara Lee. And just a whole kind of new crop of politicians who their whole thing is just, their whole brand is about like being salty at leadership. You know, you can draw a straight line from Bernie Sanders to Cori Bush and Jamal Bowman, who are just clowns. AOC, I like AOC. I like her. I think she's better than Bernie. I think she has better instincts than Bernie. I think she's better than Bernie. She sometimes plays into the kind of stuff that I'm talking about, but
how do you do that?
poor Nanners. Nanners had the best diet. He was at home, you know, cooking meals with like tofu. He would drink like tea. He had a very good diet. So for him, drinking a Red Bull was must have been hell for him. This press conference is going to start soon. We'll see what happens with it. Somebody asked, are we shit libs now? No, because you know what? Like, Mamdani gives me hope. Mamdani gives me hope because that guy is a fucking leftist. He's not a liberal. He is a socialist. He's just an actual socialist. And yet he is demonstrating how to be a leftist or a progressive or socialist, and at the same time practice pragmatism. Like, he's like really the first high profile leftist that was elected that has demonstrated a very real aptitude for pragmatic politics. That's kind of new. That's kind of new. I've been waiting for someone like Mamdani for years. This Bernie slander is regarded as fuck. It's not slander. I'm not like, tell me where the slander is. Please, Jules with $2. Think I already got you. TK with 13 months. Swanee Bird with $5. How would you feel about changing the system back to state legislatures voting on their state senators? I don't know. I'd have to think about that. But I think like on its face, that would probably be a better system than what we have now. Mythos, as someone who volunteers more time than you stream to my local party, you're refusing to account for a huge amount of leadership issues that refuse to bridge build from 2016 to 2023. If you wanted to give me more details so I know what you're talking about, then that would be, I'm all ears. But the big issue as I see it is that kind of wing of the party it is treated as gospel truth amongst themselves that, oh, hold on, it's beginning.
Hey, Pierre. How are we doing here? However you want to do it. Stay here. Yeah, perfect.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. As you all know now, early this morning, Brian Cole Jr. was arrested and charged with placing the pipe bombs at the RNC and the DNC on January 5th, 2021. He has been charged with violating 18 U.S.C. 844, which is use of an explosive device. This investigation is ongoing. As we speak, search warrants are being executed, and there could be more charges to come. I'm going to let our U.S. Attorney discuss that shortly. This was the work of multiple agencies working together. This morning's
She is so unimpressive. God, she's so impressive. She just looks like so nervous up there.
Dangerous things can happen.
And you never got that with like Merrick Garland. You just never, even Trump's old AGs like Barr, he never looked like nervous or out of his depth.
Trump administration has made this case a priority. The total lack of movement on this case in our nation's capital undermined the public trust of our enforcement agencies. This cold case languished for 4 years until Director Patel and Deputy Director Bongino came to the FBI. The FBI, along with U.S. Attorney Pirro and all of our...
I don't think I meant Barbara Lee. I think I meant Summer Lee. There's a Summer Lee, right? Barbara Lee is based. Summer Lee is who I'm talking about.
For 4 long years. Let me be clear. There was no new tip. There was no new witness. Just good, diligent police work and prosecutorial work, working as a team along with ATF,
I don't love Summer Lee, no.
Metropolitan Police.
I've only seen a couple clips, but the clips that I saw, I don't love. And the clips that I saw are her hanging out with Hassan Piker.
Public's trust. We hope that today is a significant step towards that progress. We'll share more information when we can and when it unfolds.
I have a clip queued up right here.
I cannot stress enough.
There's a longer version of the clip. There it is.
Director
right there.
Patel and Deputy Director Bongino have worked for months to make our nation's capital safer and to make our country safer. I'd like to introduce
Tell
now
me Janine
Director
Pirro
Patel.
doesn't look like Prince. Oh my God, you're right.
Thank you, General. When you attack American citizens,
kinda.
When you attack
She
our
honestly looks like
institutions
Michael
of
Jackson.
legislation, when you attack our nation's capital, you attack the very being of our way of life. And this FBI and this Department of Justice stand here to tell you that we will always refute it and combat it. We will provide the safest country the nation has ever seen under President Trump's leadership here. And that's what we did here today with great resolve on a case of massive public importance, as it should be. An individual who is now alleged to have placed multiple explosive devices to blow up multiple.
It's just, it just all feels like a performance. Do you guys know what I mean? Like, all of them are performing for Donald Trump. That's what these feel like. Every time they get up there and talk, it all looks like a performance, because it is. They're all trying to demonstrate their value to him every time they speak into a microphone. And so the whole thing comes across, it's just so awkward and forced.
For any new information, what we did, an investigation spearheaded by the deputy director and the ADIC of our Washington field office, brought in a new team of investigators and experts, re-examined every piece of evidence, sifted through all the data, something that the prior administration refused and failed to do. As a result of that, we generated numerous investigative leads, executed multiple legal process with our U.S. attorney partners, and came to this conclusion today. And that is why we were able to safely secure this individual into custody. Remember, we are dealing with an individual who is alleged to have made bombs. We cannot do this sort of takedown in haste because it endangers the lives of law enforcement. And this FBI will never allow the lives of law enforcement and our prosecutors to be put in jeopardy. This execution was flawless in terms of teamwork, resilience, and just a good old-fashioned way of police getting the job done. When you let good cops be cops, this is what happens. I'm eternally grateful to the team behind me, to the leadership at the FBI.
You said the same thing for the Charlie Kirk shooting. You remember that?
He made this.
Like, this is what happens when you let good cops be cops. Meanwhile, the reason why that kid got caught was because his parents turned him in to local authorities.
It
had nothing to do with the FBI.
Before you and say, we solved it. He will have his day in court. The American public and the world will learn even more information through the legal process, as we have committed under this Attorney General. We are the most transparent law enforcement operation in U.S. history, but we are also going to make sure accountability is delivered to its fullest extent, and that happens in the courts of law with our U.S. attorneys and our prosecutors. So we will divulge information when it is prudent and constitutionally permissible, while upholding the safeguards of this case to make sure that the people that this individual intended to victimize get the accountability they deserve, and most importantly, to deliver on President Trump's promise to secure our nation's capital and the rest of the cities in this country, to make sure that Americans are allowed to go out free and securely in their neighborhoods, and that people around the world are allowed to visit our nation's capital.
I searched Summer Lee Hassan on Twitter because I'm trying to find a particular clip, and I'm just scrolling down, and I see a picture of a naked woman spread eagle spreading her labia. Why is that showing up on a Twitter search for Summer Lee?
Director, I appreciate it. Folks, this is what it's like when you work for a president who tells you to go get the bad guys and stop focusing on other extraneous things not related to law enforcement. This is what happens. We had a great team. I know it's said a lot in this business. It was a team effort. It becomes cliche, but cliches are useful for a reason because they matter. And this was a team effort. The director and the attorney general emphasized
what if I was
that it was
scrolling
not
on
the
stream
new
when that
public
happened?
tip this came from.
I would
This
have
was
to-
our internal work at the FBI. And I want to just really express my sincere.
Oh, feed went dark. What happened? Uh-oh. Somebody's getting fired. Did my internet go down? What happened? We try to find a different feed.
This attorney general and this president for allowing us the latitude. I spoke with Ms. Bondi very early when we, maybe day 2, and I said, we're going to get this guy. And she said, yes, you are. And we did. I want to also thank, he's not here, but Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche, who we deal with often as well, who could not have been more supportive. Whatever process we need, Judge Janine.
Cousin Aaron, what's up, buddy? Cousin, are you playing Arc Raiders? You should give it a shot. It's fun.
Try to make that phone call because they were always responsive. And thank you, Judge, as well. You were amazing. Folks, you're not going to walk into our capital city, put down 2 explosive devices, and walk off in the sunset. Not going to happen. We were going to track this person to the end of the earth. There was no way he was getting away. Well, we didn't have to track him to the end of the earth.
There's another porn thing.
Woodbridge, Virginia. I want to thank the team. They were amazing.
I found
They never
another
let this
porn
go.
thing.
Attorney.
Now I'm looking at a picture of it's perhaps AI of an Asian woman. No, it's a trans woman getting effed in the A.
The work is the assistant director in
Why
charge of
is
our
there
Washington
so much
field office.
porn when I'm searching Summer Lee Hassan? There's nothing in the tweet. The tweet with the porn says Summer is a that's where it came from. It just came from Summer. Summer is a submissive Asian crossdresser that came to my hotel room to serve all my sexual wants and needs. I fucked that big booty raw and she loved every minute of it. They just found Summer. Like if I search Summer Lee Hassan, I should only get tweets that have all of those words in it. Why am I getting fucking porn?
We've also had a large number of other federal, state, and local departments that have worked on this investigation. And last but not least, the U.S. Attorney's Office. We all worked hand in hand to solve this investigation. This has been a long week in D.C. After the terrorist attack last week, the grit and determination of the FBI and our law enforcement partners is an example to the American public of what cooperation, partnership, and selfless service can accomplish. The amount of effort the FBI and our partners devoted.
You should have added friendship in there too.
Armor cannot be overstated.
This is the power of friendship.
Of our investigators that ultimately led to the identification and the arrest of this suspect. We all know pipe bombs are dangerous, not because of the potential loss of life, damage to property, or injury that they can cause, but also because they are tools that terrorize our community. Fortunately, these bombs did not explode, although they certainly could have. But make no mistake.
Slacker, thank you so much for 8 months. Appreciate it.
Did terrorize our community. Today's actions underscore the long memory and the long reach of the FBI and our partners. I know some people had given up on finding the perpetrator, but not the FBI and not our partners. We do not forget, we do not give up, and we do not relent. Though it had been nearly 5 years, our team continued to churn through massive amounts of data and tips that we used to identify this suspect. I want to thank Director Patel and Deputy Director Bongino for their leadership and for providing us the resources and the personnel to reevaluate all of the data that we had. We dove into more than 3 million lines of data to come up with this suspect.
I did that.
Director Patel, Deputy Director Bongino, thank you for your support. Thank you for your passion. And thank you for your investment in this investigation.
Yeah.
From me, on behalf of the investigators, the Washington field office, and all of our partners, thank you. I'd also...
If you put a search term in quotes, it works better because it will normally search for each word individually. Summer Lee Hassan would work better. Well, why would... okay, hold on. Let me try
all
that.
the investigators across the country want to work with. They're hard-nosed and they're aggressive.
If she would have walked into my room a minute prior, she would have seen me looking at trans porn. Can we just think about that for a second? And if she would have walked in 5 seconds before she did it right then, she would have heard me say that.
Day, and they are absolutely, totally dedicated not only to this case, but every case they work. So thank you, Washington Field Office. Last, I will say our work is not done. The FBI will continue to pursue every lead and use every resource that we have to ensure that the D.C. pipe bomber is brought to justice. Thank you.
You keep hearing the words partnership and team, and that's what we are. And we could not do this without our U.S. Attorney, Jeanine Pirro. Jeanine, from day one, has worked tirelessly for our country.
You guys say she looks like Prince. I think that's true, but I think she looks more like Michael Jackson.
Thank you very much, Attorney General. And you have been listening to a lot of thank yous and a lot of gratitude. The reason that we're thanking each other to the extent that we are today is because we have seen in this case an incredible collaboration around the clock, in the middle of the night. It doesn't matter. We call each other, we make contact, they need a warrant, they need something, someone wants legal advice. These are the men and women who never give it up. You hear about government employees, but I don't know if you really realize what it is that they do. They are incredible, and this case is big. 4 years, 10 months, and 28 days ago, an individual placed a bomb in the vicinity of both the RNC and the DNC. And for that amount of time, that individual evaded accountability. Today, as a result of the
Now I can't stop thinking about that song. I want to be at the RNC. I want to be with Dan Bongino.
An arrest of an individual by the name of Brian Cole. As the Attorney General has indicated, he is arrested for transporting an explosive device in interstate commerce.
I love this song. I don't know.
I wanna be at the RNC. I wanna see Patricia McCloskey. I wanna scream for the GOP. I wanna sit with Dan Bongino. I wanna show the American flag. Hangs behind the toilet in grandma's basement. I wanna ask if it will be my dad. I wanna change my name to Nick Bongino. I wanna tell him about the man in the stairs. He kinda looks like Dan Bongino. Grandma tries to tell me not to go down there, but I would be safe with Dan Bongino. I wanna be at the RNC. I wanna be like Dan Bongino. I wanna be at the RNC. I wanna be like Dan Bongino.
That is legitimately a banger. That reminds me of
the cap ends, the wires, the steel, and the 9-volt batteries.
Oh God, why am I forgetting his name? Comedian, slender, very funny. Came out with a comedy special when he was like, or he came out with like a comedy special / like music album when he was in lockdown for COVID. Fucking, what's his name, you guys?
Efforts to get it done and get it.
Bo Burnham, yeah. The fucking the Bezos song. The Bezos song is so good. It's legitimately like so fucking good. Like I want a full version of that song. I want him to score the next Tron film.
Was to not only make America safe again, but DC, and to make it safe and beautiful. We could not have done that without our partnership with Mayor Bowser and Chief Smith. It is my honor to introduce Metropolitan Police Department Chief Smith.
Rip VOD, no VOD for me. Wait, what happened?
I'm Chief Pamela Smith, Chief of Police of the Metropolitan Police Department. Thank you, Attorney General Bondi, U.S. Attorney Jeanine Pirro, and FBI Director Patel for having me here today. For nearly 5 years, The agencies standing here today have worked together under the leadership of the FBI to locate our suspect who is responsible for the 2 pipe bombs that were placed around our city. MPD members assigned to the FBI's Joint Terrorism.
And then she sounds like the only grown-up in the room there.
From the beginning.
Maybe this guy too.
Include looking, reviewing, and going through countless, probably thousands of hours of CCTV footage from around the DNC and RNC headquarters, and they followed up on hundreds and thousands of leads from members of our communities. What I will say today is that Washingtonians can rest easier today knowing that the suspect responsible for this act is now in custody. This morning's arrest is yet another reminder that committing any act with the intention of harming the residents and visitors of
the new Tron film was like, the characters were so bland. I did not give a single flying fuck about the story, but it was fun. It was fun. Like, that was a fun movie to watch in IMAX. The soundtrack, you know, like, that was fun. That was fun. But it bombed, so I don't think they're going to make it. How do they keep fucking that up? Like, how do they keep fucking that up? They should give that to a talented writer. Give that to someone who's going to write, like, something compelling, and man, you could have so much fun in that universe and make really fucking cool movies.
Questions, just remember, as I said in the beginning, this is ongoing. It's very active. The search warrants are still being executed. Many charges potentially to come. So just keep that in mind when asking your questions.
Jake, Fox News.
So you said it had been nearly 5 years.
Oh, God, give Tron to Denis Villeneuve. Oh, God, could you imagine?
Lead to this arrest, and then secondarily, you're talking about additional charges possibly. Can you say what those you might be considering, or terrorism charges, or what?
We can't discuss new charges, of course, yet, ongoing. But what I will say is this is why this was so incredibly important. More than any other case, this is in our nation's capital where this happened. And now, thanks to the FBI, we know that this defendant was living just miles away from here in Virginia. So as to the evidence in the case, I'm going to let Director Patel take that, but it's still very...
Stop rebooting stuff, but all of Denis Villeneuve's stuff has been unbelievable. Blade Runner, Dune, he's going to do Bond.
Our job is to provide full accountability in the court of law with Judge Pirro's team. And in order to do that, we have to preserve the chain of custody and evidentiary value. What I will say generally is that when you go through 3 million lines of information, y'all can think about the amount of
Running Man was good. It was, I mean, it was good. I mean, it was fun. I didn't think it was like great, but it was good. It was good. It was a fun theater experience.
The best at what they do in their specific.
I just don't love Glenn Powell. Frankly. I don't find him to be that interesting of an actor. He was good in this role, but I don't, overall.
Sadie, Wall Street Journal.
He's like too polished, you know?
So what can you tell us about this person's motivations and whether they were driven by politics or for any other reason why?
Right now, it's ongoing. Again, we just executed the search warrant early this morning. It's ongoing, but America's safer, DC's safer because he's in custody.
Mary Margaret, Daily Wire.
Thank you so much. So, any theory on why Kamala Harris has never mentioned coming within 20 feet of being assassinated, and any news on why her Secret Service team took so long to find this bomb at the DNC?
No, but what I will tell you is that evidence has been sitting there collecting dust. This wasn't a new tip. It wasn't some new evidence. It was the hard work of President Trump's administration, Deputy Director Bongino and Director Patel. I watched them from day one come in here and say, we are going to solve this crime. And they did, working hand in hand with U.S. Attorney Pirro and all of our great attorneys.
Pierre, ABC.
General Bondi, Director Patel, or Deputy Director Bongino, can you describe, was there a particular moment where the evidence is coming in and it's starting to look like progress is being made? What was the moment that you knew that you were on the road to solving the case?
Dan, you want to take that?
Yeah, sure. I was smiling at you because I certainly remember the moment. Darren remembers it too. He said, "Are you sitting down?" Called me on the phone. I said, "Oh boy, why? Is this bad news?" And he said, "I think we got him." What exactly that tip was, we're going to have to pass on that for right now while we're still, obviously we're in the prologue of a long book. This is just the beginning. This is not the end of the investigation, as you all well know, having reported on these for a long time. There's interviews to be conducted. The search warrant processing scene is not even done. So we're at the early stages. So that's the only reason I hesitate to tell you what the exact tip was. But yes, that was absolutely the moment. And it was due to the diligent and incredible work of a team in the Washington field office that came in and just scoured through this over and over and over and over again.
In general, was it forensic? Was it a phone call? Was it something about a vehicle?
I'd rather, we'll just leave it generally, forensic evidence. Yeah, it's fair enough to say.
Excuse me? How long ago that was?
I'd rather not say because of the ongoing interview process, and I don't want to.
Can I say one thing?
Yeah,
about that? I just want to add something to tell you how thorough this team was. That moment, that was kind of like the aha moment, that wasn't the end. This team continued to work and work and work to get every bit of evidence that we could get. We didn't stop at that moment, and that's a testament to the fact that the team wanted every possible piece of evidence.
Can they tell us anything about like the whole press conference?
One more, Kelly O'Donnell, NBC.
Thank you so much. Have you recovered the notable sneakers? Have you done surveillance of this suspect from that aha moment to when you exercised the search warrants today? And obviously this happened on January 5th into January 6th. How should the public look at this case separate from all of the cases related to what transpired on January 6th and the president's subsequent pardons?
I'm going to let Director Patel take the evidence part. We have to be careful again. You've asked very good investigative questions, but this is ongoing, very active. But America should feel safer today. We say a pipe bomb. These are bombs. These were.
It's all about glazing. It's all about self-glazing.
Director.
Thank you. This shows you how much detail you and the American public have paid attention to this case. Of course, we analyzed everything that you're.
Think about it in the context of how bad things have been for Trump and the Republican Party over the last month. And think about how each one of these ghoulish, sycophantic people are like, they see this as an opportunity to like, oh, we can flex and try to make Trump look really good, which means we're going to demonstrate our value. You know, like, oh, we can generate positive headlines for the administration when all the press right now is like really negative for Trump. You know, like they're all motivated by that. And it's so transparent.
The board. And this is an interagency win for the American people.
Radar before.
Thank you all. And one more thing. This is the best birthday present I think Deputy Director Bongino could ask for today. Happy holidays. Merry Christmas. Thank you.
Just a clown show with these people, man. Somebody asked me about why I had like negative feelings for Summer Lee. And let's just watch this clip together.
What is the thing that is keeping the Democratic Party from investing in young voters, in marginalized voters? And frequent voters? Why do we focus so heavily on swing voters in the heartland? Like why do we invest in those tropes that don't serve us anymore, right? Yeah. What is the thing? I think it's consultancy culture. I think it's again that fear of what happens when the system no longer revolves around us as incumbents, but is instead actually fair. What happens when the game is unrigged?
I also do think it's partially because of is corporate interest, right? Because like the way that you target the disenfranchised, like the historically disenfranchised low.
First of all, if you're a sitting congressperson and you're doing like a podcast appearance with Hassan Piker, that's an immediate red flag. An immediate red flag. And I would just speculate that probably the reason why Democrats don't invest significant resources trying to court younger voters is because they're a historically and permanently unreliable voting bloc. That's why. I don't think it's a big mystery. If they voted in consistently higher numbers, then you would see the Democratic Party apparatus target them more and try to court them more. But young voters are just notoriously unreliable. I was an unreliable voter when I was younger. Yeah, same. I voted. I don't even know if I voted in the 2002 midterms. I don't know if I did. I think I probably did not. I voted in 2004, and then George, so that would have made me 24, 20, 23, 24? 23. That would have made me 23, 24. That would have made me 24, sorry. And I think I only voted for the top of the ticket. I don't even think I voted in the other in the other races. And I don't even know if I knew that midterms existed. I'm not even kidding. Like, I'm not sure that I understood or knew that midterms were a thing. So I definitely did not vote in 2006. Guys, I don't even know if I voted in 2008. I think I did. No, hang on. I'm pretty sure I did. I'm pretty sure I voted in that race because that was a pretty historic race. But I definitely did not vote in 2010. I definitely did not vote in 2012. I was in a hypomanic state, getting eloped in Vegas when that happened. Definitely did not vote in 2014. And once 2016 came around, like, Donald Trump changed me. Donald Trump awoke something in me. And ever since 2016, I have voted in every election that I am able to vote in. And I will do that for the rest of my life. I am going to be a highly engaged voter for the rest of my life. I will never miss another election ever again. But when I was young, I was completely unreliable. I was only kind of drawn to politics as a kind of shiny thing. I didn't really have like a strong understanding of politics. I was learning about history, but like I wasn't really engaged. And there are many such cases of people in their 20s that are just not very engaged, and it's hard to keep those people engaged. And you can make the argument, well, maybe you could change that with enough investment. Maybe the Democratic Party could do a better job of energizing young voters and keeping them engaged. Maybe, but it's really difficult to do that. That's a really difficult thing to do. And it's very risky to spend money and resources on a historically unreliable voting bloc. It just makes much more sense. And she says, like, why are the Democratic Party spending so much time and resources, in the heartland chasing swing voters? Well, those voters determine the election outcomes. Typically, that's why. That's why. They spend more money in battleground states and in swing states because those voters determine the election every fucking year or every election cycle. And you have to target them. Like, it's a byproduct of the system itself. And the system itself is flawed. Like, if we had a parliamentary system, if we didn't do a first past the post system, we wouldn't have this situation where the two candidates, typically, they're going to spend all of their money and their time and their resources in a cluster of like 6 to 10 states. And they don't spend any time in California, for example. Isn't that crazy? Like, California, a state of 40 million people, and the candidates almost never come here. I think Donald Trump came to Los Angeles in 2024 as basically like a political stunt. It didn't yield any results really, but asking someone to take a day off, stand in the cold for potentially hours in a swing state, and then we wonder why younger working class voters don't turn up. So just to be clear, you can have extreme cases of people waiting in line for hours and hours. That does happen in some locations, but that is not the norm. For most people, especially in 2025, it is not that much of a commitment to vote. You can vote early in most places. You can mail in your votes in most places. Sherry says, so because it's not the norm, it's not an issue. No, hang on. I'm pushing back against the idea that, broadly speaking, we're asking young people to make significant time commitments to vote. That is just not the case broadly in this country. Just move to California and don't have to vote anymore? Well, we still vote on state measures. There's still local races. You shouldn't be dismissing the challenge. You should be saying, yeah, that's why we should ensure there's a system for those who aren't retired, can have their vote heard. Well, that's already the case, though, Mythos. It's already overwhelmingly the case that if you live in a blue state, statistically, it's going to be significantly easier and more convenient for you to vote. Who lives in a blue state right now? And I'm not meaning to be dismissive, but like, is there anybody in either chat that lives in a blue state where it's difficult to vote? Anyone? Sure, like mail-in ballots, which are being targeted, or early voting, which is being targeted. He can try, they can change those systems at the state and local level, but Donald Trump cannot prevent states from doing mail-in ballots or early voting. He does not have the power to do that. Easy as fuck here in Maryland. Yes, New Hampshire waited 4 hours to vote for Harris. Well, that's not great. Sorry, I'm a little incredulous. You're saying you live in New Hampshire and it took you 4 hours to vote? Does New Hampshire not do early voting or mail-in voting? Do they not have an adequate amount of polling stations? Purple State, Georgia, it's still accessible in major counties like Gwinnett, but major noticeable rollbacks every year. So then we should be the champions of those ideals rather than being dismissing because you're incredulous to the claims or think that it doesn't happen enough. No, hang on a second. I'm not saying that though. What I am saying is if there are issues, then the voters, the constituents of those counties or those districts or whatever should absolutely push for reforms that make it easier to vote. And the Democratic Party should be leading the charge on that issue. But what I'm saying is the Democratic Party already does that. We're already the party that wants to remove barriers to voting. We just demonstrably already do that. We already are that party. This is not me triggered. You would know if I'm triggered. I'm critiquing how you engage with criticisms. I believe you and the DNC does support that. I'm critiquing with how you engage with criticisms. Well, I wasn't engaging with a criticism, was I? Somebody was saying like, well, you know, we're asking young people to stand in line for 4 hours to vote for Kamala Harris. And it's like, The vast majority of people in this country are not doing that. And so are we really asking a lot for young people to vote? Like broadly, are we really asking them like a lot? Are we asking them to sacrifice a lot to vote? I don't think so. Yeah, that's literally dismissing criticism. You see that, right? But I am dismissing that, just to be clear. I am dismissing the idea that most young people are expected to, you know, stand in line for 4 hours to vote. That's just not true for the vast majority of young people.
Propensity voters is either by having,
but is instead actually fair. What happens when the game is unrigged?
I also do think it's partially because of is corporate interest, right? Because like the way that you target the disenfranchised, like the historically disenfranchised low propensity voters, is either by having a Trump-style candidacy, which favors right-wing reactionary sentiment. That's the reality. Like culture wars.
That one will never work for anybody who has who have morals.
Well, but the thing is, like, Democrats need to understand, like, they can't win the culture war because the culture war was designed as a wedge issue, designed by the right, so that they can distract people with.
Democrats can and have won the culture war, but it's a pendulum. Obviously, Democrats were winning the culture war. I would say starting around like 2006, you know, and then it kind of swinged away, you know, like around 2009, 2010, because of the ACA passage and the Tea Party movement and the housing crash. And it swung towards Trump and the Republicans, and then they were winning the culture war stuff. And then then Democrats started winning culture war stuff like during the Trump era. And then Republicans started winning the culture war stuff under Biden. And now I would say like Democrats are starting to win the culture war again, right? Dazudani with $5. The national average wait time in line was approximately 14.3 minutes. I knew about that statistic, but I didn't know the specific numbers off the top of my head. That's what I'm talking about. That matters, you know? The national average waiting time being like basically 15 minutes. Like we are not asking young people to... Are we asking young people to sacrifice more than like people in their mid 30s or 40s who have like at that point probably have kids and advanced careers or more advanced careers? They're sacrificing more by going to the polling booth than I would have been if I was like 22 years old. What was I sacrificing? Like an hour of Call of Duty. That's what I would have been sacrificing back then. Which now that sounds dismissive because I understand there are a lot of young people that are taking care of their parents or have kids of their own or, you know, pursuing academic degrees. And so, you know, but, you know, on average, it's probably going to be the person in their 30s that are sacrificing more by setting time aside to vote. Bro, an hour of Call of Duty is huge. It was for me back then. I would rearrange my entire day to get an extra hour of Call of Duty back then. Swanee Bird with $5. I'm in Pennsylvania. I'm able to leave my apartment, drive to my polling place, vote, and make it back home in 20 minutes or less. As a 28-year-old, that's huge. Yeah. And typically, it's the blue states that are making it easier to vote. My experience in Los Angeles, bro, it is so fucking easy to vote. They mail me my ballot. I want to say like a month before the election. And then at any point, I can fill that ballot out, sign it, mail that shit back. Easy peasy. What I usually do, because I like the idea of participating on election day, is because I have ADHD and procrastinate just habitually, is I will do some research on the measures and the candidates the night before, and then fill out my ballot either the night before or the morning of, and then I walk for approximately 5 minutes where there's a polling box, a ballot box. I drop that shit in the ballot box and I walk back. The whole process between researching, honestly, researching takes longer than voting where I'm at. And this is the case in so many blue areas of the country because Democrats remove these unnecessary obstacles to voting. I don't know how we got sidetracked on that. Bad Company with $5. Are workers' unions unreliable since they still voted for Trump? No, because I think the vast majority of unions and labor groups supported Democrats. So I would say like labor movements and unions are still pretty reliable for Democrats. It was the Teamsters specifically, and also like police unions, but I would say like police unions are different from like the trades and stuff. Police union in Virginia endorsed Spanberger. But I think I could be wrong. I think it's the case that police unions typically support the Republicans, right? Have you heard about the situation in Sudan? I know very little about that. I know some stuff. I know very little. I know that there's been an unfolding a completely man-made humanitarian catastrophe in Sudan as a result of ending USAID in that country. That has resulted in thousands of like kids starving, but I don't know much about the conflict of what is going on in Sudan. According to Pew, Trump got 43% of union vote to Harris's 50%. Is that true? That seems bad. I think the difference between like unions, targeting unions and young people is like typically I think like union members, they're going to vote in larger numbers than young people. Because if you're a part of a union, you're probably going to skew like a little bit older. Adarlia, thanks so much for the tier 1 membership. I've really enjoyed today's stream, by the way, guys. Thanks for hanging out with me. I appreciate you guys. Dosvidania with $5. Biden spent a lot of time on student loan forgiveness to benefit young voters. They gave him no credit for it, and the rest of the country hated it. So the student loan forgiveness, when I looked at the numbers, were divisive, but not necessarily super unpopular. I think they had a small plurality of support. Let me see if I can find what did opinion polls say about how Americans felt about Biden's student loan forgiveness. I remember it was like 44 approve, 43 disapprove, and everybody else was well, actually, here's a Navigator poll from 2024 that said 59% of Americans support Biden's proposal. So that was when it was being proposed. But wait, hold on. It was enormously popular with young people. Voters aged 18 to 34, 71% supported student loan forgiveness. I think for obvious reasons there. But there was an AP poll in mid-2024. I'll click on the poll. So, okay. So I think what happened was like when the policy was initially proposed, it was more popular, but as like time went on and it was attacked more, support went down. Because here there's an AP poll that showed 30%. This was in 2024. When was this poll? In June of 2024, there were 30% of US adults strongly or somewhat approve of student loan forgiveness. And then 40% strongly or somewhat disapproved. So I think it's generally correct to say that by the end of Biden's time in office, the student debt forgiveness was unpopular. You know what's interesting, you guys, is a lot of the, I didn't even think of this, a lot of the falling support for student loan forgiveness were actually from young people who liked the initial proposal that was struck down by the courts. And then when Biden pursued other means in a more limited, targeted way, it lost support with young people who wanted more. So that's actually kind of interesting. Mr. Boxrelli, thank you so much for 14 months. Appreciate you, buddy. But Dasvidanya, I think that's a really good point. That was something that is more targeted to young people, disproportionately benefits younger people. The student loan forgiveness. Once you get into your 30s, you're much more likely to have paid off all or, significant portion of your student loans. So the people most affected by this student loan forgiveness were people in their 20s. And it didn't help. Didn't fucking help. He said that Hassan said a moment ago that one of the reasons why the Democrats don't do more to target disenfranchised voters or younger voters is because of corporate interests. Whose corporate interest was it serving for Biden to forgive student loans? Well, actually, you know what? Honestly, I think that probably would have benefited corporations, right? Because those voters would have had more money to spend, right? Technically true, I suppose.
People with these different policy positions that are ultimately very harmful for massive swaths of society, but that's not a battle that you can fight. So that's why I always say you have to bring it back to class, bring it back to affordability, bring it back to material realities, because that is the actual undefeated method.
And I think part of it also is bringing it back to the truth.
Yeah.
We can't be out here talking about we need a strong Republican Party, and then also go and
guys, man, I wish people were good faith about this stuff. Nancy Pelosi one time said that we needed a strong Republican Party, and people lost their minds. Highly partisan people lost their minds. What she was not saying was that we need a Republican Party who's going to win more elections. When she said that we needed a stronger Republican Party, what she meant was a party that hasn't completely lost their minds in fealty to Donald Trump. We're not going to have a uniparty. We're always going to be, well, probably in my lifetime, right? As long as we're still doing American liberal democracy, we're always going to have two major parties. And it would be good if we had a Republican Party that was strong enough to reject extremists like Trump. That's what she meant. And people took her quote to mean something totally differently. And it's just whatever your criticisms of people like Pelosi are, just make sure that they're rooted in honest observation. It reminds me of the whole your lives won't fundamentally change thing with Joe Biden. How many of you guys think that Joe Biden in 2020 told a bunch of rich people that nothing in the country would fundamentally change? How many of you guys still believe that? I don't think about Joe Biden. That's fair. We don't need to go down that road again, but Joe Biden was telling a room full of rich people that he was going to raise their taxes to pay for more like social spending programs, but he wasn't going to tax them so much that their lives would fundamentally change. That's what he was saying. And it's one of the most bastardized things that Biden ever said.
And make the case that people shouldn't be voting for Republicans anymore.
Or saying Trump is, I think, going to be very authoritarian or a fascist, and then just like have no issues with him. Like, you know,
people looked at that and they were like, man, your urgency is not matching your words.
Yes, exactly. If you think that this is like if you think that this is an ever-present threat to American democracy or what remains of it, right? And I did, then you can't be running around with
I don't believe him. I don't believe him. I don't believe him when he says he believed that Donald Trump was a legitimate threat to democracy, because he would have endorsed Kamala and told his audience that they should vote for Kamala if he really thought that. Of course, the other explanation is that he doesn't actually care about democracy, and maybe he's happy that democracy is being undermined.
Like Liz Cheney. Like, you can't be running around with an ever-present threat to American democracy or what remains of it, right? And I did. Then you can't be running around with like Liz Cheney. Like, you can't be running around with Liz Cheney.
Okay, so hold on. Where's her Summerlee Twitter? Summerlee. Where's her personal Twitter? Did she endorse Kamala? Did she endorse Kamala? Kamala. I can't even find anything. She didn't even mention Kamala on Twitter.
So high that we had to run a perfect race. And that brings us back to like your first question to me was like, well, how did you win and other people didn't?
Yeah.
Like, I know that we have a responsibility to, as much as we can, run a perfect race. No one can be perfect.
Yeah.
No elected official will be perfect because you're not perfect.
Yeah.
It is in human nature that we can't be.
Yeah.
But I know that we have to try. Like, we have to try to do things right. Like, I've never missed a vote.
Yeah.
Right?
And you also have to
Yes. Summerlee did endorse Kamala Harris. Okay.
be more perfect than
the other side. Yeah, absolutely. I'm a progressive. I gotta be.
And you have to be more perfect than your centrist colleagues.
Your institutionalists.
Yeah.
I can't move the way institutionalists move in this place, right?
But there's also but then it goes back to the media where like they do have so much grace for whichever the right wing flank is, whether it's a.
So this is my issue with this brand of politics. And this is why I'm so happy that Mamdani seems to be moving away from that and trying something new. That gives me hope, because what is this brand of politics that I'm talking about? It's a politics of continuous self-victimization. Everything is framed through this kind of narrative. And the narrative is that people like them are brave truth tellers, courageous avatars of the working class. It's all through this like populist lens that they're going to fight for the salt of the earth, like working class families against the elite institutions and the centrists and the moderates and the establishment of the Democratic Party are always looking to fuck them. And the whole thing is just like, we are victimized constantly by these external forces. And it just drives me insane, and I can't unsee it now. I just can't fucking unsee it.
The race between a left flank candidate and a centrist, or whether it be a centrist Democrat and a right wing.
It's like subliminal messaging.
Yeah.
Like, they'll ask two questions. I literally just watched this debate. We were just driving down here. Watched the debate between, Zoran and Andrew Cuomo.
Yeah.
And like the moderators, I don't think that they even understand sometimes like the implicit biases in the way they talk to us.
No.
Right? The way that they talk to us.
Yeah.
They're gonna say, but how you gonna pay for it? How you gonna pay for it? How you gonna pay for it? We have a higher standard to clear every time.
They didn't even ask that to Cuomo for when he says like, oh, we're gonna get 5,000 cops. Like they asked him one time. That only
where are you getting them?
one
Where are you
time.
paying for it? Never.
Yeah.
One time. So it was like when I was running. When I come on day one, we got to come with clear understanding of policy.
Yeah.
Right. Because you speak well. Like you're an orator, right? You're passionate. You're an organizer. So now you got to prove that you could be a policy wonk. We have to prove that we can be a uniter, not a divider.
It's a pretty important question. How are you, if you're going to propose a big policy, it actually is a pretty important question. And to Mamdani's credit, he didn't shy away from that question. He had an answer. I'm going to raise the top marginal tax rate 2% on, billionaires in New York City. He had an answer. It's like, that's not a bad question. That's a normal question. Universal childcare in New York City, when I looked it up, I think it's like $80 billion a year. That's a very big, that's a lot of money, right? Are my numbers right? I think so. You should be expected that people are going to, you should expect that people are going to ask you that question. It's not a bad question. It's a normal question. It's a very natural question. It's a logical question. And they get so angry when you ask the question. Okay, Medicare for all. All right, tell me about what the policy is, and I want to know how you're going to pay for it. Like that is a reasonable question to ask. Literally every election ever, the moderators ask how you plan on paying for your platform. Yeah, that's it. Like, it's just, of course people are going to ask that question. Of course. Like, of course.
We got to prove our loyalty.
But as far as like this imbalance, it is always there. It's ever present. It's one of the most annoying things. It's just like, if you are the person that says better things are possible, you automatically are met with cynicism.
Do you see what I'm talking about? Do you understand what I'm talking about? God, I hate it. I couldn't see it before. That was the thing. I just couldn't see it before. And I think maybe I was a part of this kind of thing. I bought into this kind of thing, this kind of style of rhetoric, and I probably contributed to it in my own way. What he just said perfectly represents the biggest gripe that I have with this movement right now, and why I'm so encouraged to see Mamdani doing a new kind of progressive politics that doesn't succumb to this kind of self-victimization, this constant self-victimization. What is that framing? When you tell people that better things are possible, the system conspires against you. Like, you don't think Biden was telling people that better things are possible? You don't think Kamala was telling voters that better things were possible? You don't think Spanberger did that, or Mikey Sherrill did that?
Come with clear understanding of policy.
Yeah.
Right. Because you speak well. Like you're an orator, right? You're passionate. You're an organizer. So now you got to prove that you could be a policy wonk. We have to prove that we can be a uniter, not a divider.
You should. If you're a lawmaker, you should have a detailed understanding of policy proposals. That should be mandatory. That's like probably like number one. You're the legislative branch. You're the lawmakers. The Constitution has given you guys exclusively the authority to craft legislation. So the top thing that you should be required to do in your job is have a detailed understanding of policy proposals. Of course you should have that knowledge. That's part of the job, bro. Like, what do you?
We got to prove our loyalty.
But as far as like this imbalance, it is always there. It's ever present. It's one of the most annoying things. It's just like, if you are the person that says better things are possible, you automatically are met with cynicism. Like, you're met with cynicism by the public in general as well, and you're met with the very same cynicism from the instruments of media, where they're just like, what do you mean better things are possible? There's something wrong here. You're supposed to tell me everything sucks.
Free buses is a relatively easy policy compared to mental health or childcare reforms, if I recall correctly, a lot cheaper too. I don't think it's cheap unless you make up for it by raising taxes. Getting rid of bus fares, that's not cheap. That's like hundreds of millions of dollars of revenue that you're foregoing every year.
Sucks. Or what do you mean better things are possible? There's something wrong here. You're supposed to tell me everything sucks. Or you can only be like, directionally, you can have like these radical agenda items.
No, but you're the one that says that everything sucks. Like, the dynamic is totally flipped, by the way. He's the one that's constantly saying, he's the one that's pushing black pill every fucking day. He's the one that's constantly selling a vision of America as though we are this Orwellian hellscape.
As long as it's on the right-wing direction, and as long as it's like radical agenda items, as long as it's on the right-wing direction, and as long as it's like as long as the targets are vulnerable populations, marginalized communities, like, you know, undocumented immigrants, like defenseless people that are left defenseless or left to be defended by, you know, regular folk, and it's slanted in that direction.
I mean, Joe Biden was elected in 2020. He was inaugurated in 2021. And one of the very first things he did when he was president, I think it was on day one, was he did a moratorium on deportations. The Democratic Party made significant movement towards like undocumented migrants at that time. They're still doing that now. They're still doing that. Leading the charge, and it's just like none of that is recognized. They don't get any credit for that. Kind of adjacent to all this was a video that showed up in my feed. I don't know why the algorithm served it to me, but
the opposition.
There's a creator called Ben a Minute, and the title stuck out to me, and I wanted to watch it with you guys. The title of the video is Why Centrists and Ezra Klein Are Ruining Everything. And then we're going to get to the Tim Miller conversation with Olivia Nuzzi. Nuzzi? I don't know how to say her name.
On his podcast, The Ezra Klein Show, New York Times journalist Ezra Klein spoke with progressive author and activist Ta-Nehisi Coates about how Democrats can gain ground in today's deeply divided political landscape.
Okay, I looked it up. The free buses are estimated at 800 million, while the childcare is at 6 billion. Okay, so I was way off. I thought it was 80 billion. But yeah, to your point, doing universal childcare is definitely more expensive than doing free and fast buses.
It's a question many Americans are asking. How can the opposition party to the GOP, the Republicans, and the MAGA coalition actually win? So let's listen to what Ezra had to say.
I am saying the thing it sounds like I am saying. To be very, very clear.
Right.
I think in a place like Nebraska, you should try to run some pro-life Democrats. I wish people, instead
to defeat the right and gain real power within the Democratic Party, Ezra Klein suggests giving up one of the party base's most strongly held and popular policy positions in order to appeal to conservatives in a state like Nebraska.
Do we have any polling on Nebraska voters and how on how Nebraska voters feel about abortion rights? I think we did look this up before.
In other words, shift the party's values further to the right to win over a red state. How do you...
A poll conducted in November 2022. So this would have been after the Roe v. Wade. It was done by the ACLU of Nebraska. Conducted a poll and found that 59% of respondents opposed enactment of more restrictive abortion bans in the state. Among them, 48% strongly opposed. We've gone over this round and round, but I think that so much of the reaction to what Ezra Klein was really getting at kind of got bogged down on this abortion thing. And the larger point, I think, got lost. So I think it's fair to criticize him for pointing to abortion specifically, and I guess even abortion specifically in Nebraska, where support for more kind of or less restrictions has a majority support. I just think we could have avoided so much unnecessary discussion about what he was getting at if he would have come up with a different example or maybe a different state.
You beat Republicans? Well, by becoming them, of course. This is just one of several examples where Ezra has floated ideas like this while trying to answer the question, how do Democrats or the left gain more power? And this is a perfect example of attempting to defeat the opposition by compromising your own core beliefs, trading conviction for electability, trying to find a centrist middle ground to attract those who already lean to the right. Now, if this were just a random take on Twitter or some other podcaster, I wouldn't really care to point it out, and I definitely wouldn't be making this video. But this is Ezra Klein we're talking about, a New York Times journalist with significant influence within the American left. Democratic politicians on Capitol Hill seek his strategic advice, and his words and ideas have the capacity to genuinely shape the direction of the party. So with all of that being said, I have some pushback and some debunking to do, because what Ezra Klein says matters. And like Ezra, I want to find the real answer to the question, how do Democrats win back power? And spoiler alert,
run to the left. You know, it's going to be just like be as left-wing as possible. That's what I think.
I don't think taking the centrist approach is the best option. And it's actually why I think we're here in the first place. Hey, it's been a minute. And here's why you shouldn't be a centrist.
If he said pro-gun, do you think leftists would be hating on him as much? No. I don't. Well, I don't know. So the thing with Ezra Klein is he is, I mean, they fucking hate Ezra Klein. The especially like, hey, what's up? Why'd you say GG? Is the stream still live? Are we good? They hate Ezra Klein. They hate him. So there's a chance that if he would have said like run a pro-gun candidate in Nebraska, that some of those people would have reactively pushed back against it just because they fucking hate him. But I think it would have been way less controversial. I think he picked a bad example in bad states. But the larger point of what he was saying was the more important thing. And unfortunately, the conversations about that conversation he had with Ta-Nehisi Coates, so much of it was spent focused on something that I don't think really mattered. Like the specific example that he gave didn't matter. He was talking about a broader strategy of more aggressively supporting candidates that more closely resemble the constituencies that they're chasing in those elections. That's what he was talking about. And instead, it was like 75% of the conversation is, he said, what? Pro-life? What? And it was frustrating because like you just missed the point.
If you consider yourself a part of the American left, which, despite my recent forays into the wild world of Groypers and MAGA, I personally do, then you have probably heard of a man by the name of Ezra Klein.
Ezra Klein of the New York Times wields a lot of influence in some parts of Capitol Hill.
Ezra Klein, who's one of the internet's most influential journalists.
If you want to talk policy, Ezra Klein is the man to call.
Ezra Klein has been explaining American politics for 20 years.
Klein says that Charlie Kirk was practicing politics the right way.
Ezra is an impressive multi-hyphenate media tour de force, a columnist / commentator / journalist.
Do you think lefties claim that a FDR-type candidate would win in red district is weakened because Ben ran on FDR-like policies in Tennessee and lost? I don't know if... No, I mean... No, I don't think necessarily the two things are related that much.
Dash media exec, dash book author, who co-launched the news website Vox in 2014 and now frequently writes for the New York Times and the Washington Post. However, more than anything, if I were to sum up Klein's vocation in a single word, Ezra,
hey Nick,
is a podcaster. His podcast, eponymously titled The Ezra Klein Show, regularly features among the most listened podcasts in the country, with each episode racking up millions of views across its various platforms. Klein is unafraid.
I have become so unbelievably Ezra Klein pilled in 2025. Like, this man has radicalized me. To be fair, there was already significant overlap, I think. I just didn't really listen to a lot of his stuff before. I didn't really pay a lot of attention to him before. But we already like very much aligned a lot.
To breach a wide array of topics, and he does so in his trademark analytical style, punctuating his interviewees with penetrating questions and observations delivered in perfect paragraphs that make it crystal clear that he has done his research. It also demonstrates that he really...
Ben overperformed hugely for that district. That's true, but in terms of all the House special elections that we've had since last November, Ben overperformed the least amongst all the other Democrats. So, like, for example, I saw a thumbnail title for a Breaking Points video yesterday that I thought was so dishonest. Let me see if I can find it. Uh-oh, where'd it go? Apologies. Let me find it. Breaking Points. The framing was so dishonest, you guys. Did they delete the video? Where the fuck is it? Hold on. It was like populist candidate outperforms Kamala by 13 points. Where was it? Did they delete that video? What the fuck? Hold on. I know I saw it. Let me see if I can find it.
Really loves to hear himself talk. Just listen to this little soundbite from a recent podcast where Ezra just muses on the Lavender Scare and anti-communist and anti-gay backlash emerging out of the New Deal.
Oh, here it is. Left-wing populist destroys Kamala margin in deep red Tennessee.
It's basically... Let's move to Tennessee, where Afton...
Which is so dishonest. Like, all Democrats right now are overperforming Kamala Harris because Donald Trump is so unpopular. Like, all of them are overperforming. Did you take your Vyvanse? I did, yeah.
Bain did lose that special election last night, but the margin was single digits. So this is a plus 22 GOP district that Afton Bain was expected to eat away at that margin and did. Again, 22, Afton Bain loses by 8 points to Republican Matt Van Epps. 8 points is a margin Republicans are still feeling pretty comfortable about. I saw some in the GOP consultant type world, like Matt Whitlock, saying it's basically 5 on fire because if there are margin erosions like this, so 14 points in other swing districts in the midterms, that's going to be a bloodbath for House Republicans. Obviously, that math is true. But on the other hand, special elections are special elections. We can put C1 on the screen. These are the results. And this is Tennessee 7th, obviously, to replace Mark Green. About 97,000 votes as of right now, 95% of votes in for Van Epps, and about 81,000 votes for Afton Bain. So we're looking at 54 to 45, basically. And Afton Bain, I think, right, coming to 45. Nearly half of the electorate is definitely a win for populists. She didn't get it quite as close as people wanted to. Some people thought maybe she actually had a chance to win. Didn't come down to anything quite that close.
In order to win,
like to run away from the election results a couple days ago with the conclusion that, see, like, this is why we need to run left-wing populists in every race, is because she massively overperformed Kamala Harris's margins, is just dishonest. Or it's dumb. Like, it's either illogical or it's dishonest. Let me think about this for a second. Hold on. I'll just repeat myself. All Democrats across the country are overperforming Kamala Harris because it's a totally different climate right now. The electorate is broadly moving away from Donald Trump and Republicans in response to the Trump administration and the tariff policies that have hurt the economy. That's probably the primary thing that's driving voters away from Donald Trump, is that his policies have put upwards pressure on prices. And people don't like that generally. That combined with how chaotic he has been as president, how divisive he just normally is, how chaotic his cabinet have been, the Epstein stuff, unpopular draconian immigration policies that people are disgusted with. Those things, those factors are causing Democrats all over the country, all throughout the last year, to massively overperform what the margins that Kamala had in 2024. And again, just to put it into perspective, of all of the House, the U.S. House of Representatives special elections that have taken place in the last year, I think there's been like 6 total. Harry Enton had it up on the screen yesterday. Her overperformance, Ben, this left-wing populist in Tennessee's 7th district, her overperformance was the least. It was the lowest percentage. It was 13%. And then after that, it was 17% over performances. And so how could you say that her overperforming Kamala to the extent that she did in Tennessee's 7th district means that the Democratic Party needs to fully lean into left-wing populism and just run to the left, when we have examples of other Democratic candidates who were more moderate, who did significantly better in terms of the overperformance? That analysis doesn't make any sense. It's kind of dumb, right? Sorry, I got distracted by this, but I saw this title of the video and it just drove me insane.
And she would have needed kind of this almost contradictory situation, which would have been enormous excitement on the Democratic side and very little attention from the Republican side.
Right.
And so you've had this debate break out online, which has said that Afton Bain was too left, for the district. So you've got the Glacius types saying if they had run a very boring centrist candidate who you couldn't hit with anything, then actually she would have performed even better. Wrong. Yeah, the problem with that analysis, and besides just vibes and feelings and like the bias because we like her and I share politics, the problem with that analysis is that she blew it out of the water in Nashville, and she wins 78-22 there, expanded her margin over Harris by like 30 or something. Like,
which, by the way, is kind of ironic because the people in Nashville are the people who actually love Nashville, who should have been devastated by that clip of Afton Bain saying she hated Nashville, and the people outside of Nashville are already going to be the ones that hate Nashville.
They actually do hate Nashville.
Just a little point.
Yeah, and what Bain was saying also was she hates the Times Square tourist part of Nashville. So she also had this one quote, it goes in every ad where she said, I'm a very radical person. And so the centrists were like, that kills you. It's like, okay, but the fact that she had so much support among Democrats created a situation where she had thousands of door knockers and phone bankers and an enthusiastic base of support that then put her within 2 percentage points in the polls, which then brought in millions of dollars from Republicans. So it's sort of like a chicken and egg situation. Like, okay, if you have a boring candidate who doesn't generate any excitement among Democrats, then it's true that you might not get the millions of dollars being spent by Republicans. And then in a
it's just people draw the kind of conclusions that they want. They kind of reverse engineer a narrative. But we have just so much data at this point, voting data spanning years at this point, to demonstrate that the less extreme candidates do much better in red districts or competitive districts. It's like a deep blue district. Then, candidates like Summer Lee and Rashida Tlaib stand a good chance of doing really well in like D, plus like 40 and 50 districts. Anyways, I just find this to be very dishonest.
You end up with this amorphous omnithreat. Communism is...
Dasvidani with $2. Laksha quote, voters don't give credit for trying. Yeah, he's right about that. And then 27 Matt 27 with a gifted sub. I think I missed that. That was 35 minutes ago. Thank you, Matt.
It's hard, but maybe it's gay people in government and the sort of sexual and gender revolution that is speaking about or signaling. Maybe it's racial integration, labor unions. Maybe it's the New Deal itself.
That sentence started with amorphous omni-threat and only got more convoluted from there. But look, I really don't want to turn this into a video where I just shit on Ezra Klein the whole time. I'm going to do that a little bit, but I also want to emphasize that he's a bright, curious thinker who I really do believe is operating in good faith. I would never bash someone for nerding out on energy policy or zoning laws. We need those knowledgeable and passionate nerds if we're going to solve the world's hopelessly tangled and complex problems. My gripe with Ezra isn't that he doesn't have good ideas or that he doesn't mean well. It's that he professes a worldview that fails to confront economic inequality as the #1 issue plaguing our planet. And my whole thing is, if you're going to go on your podcast every week and profess your ideas to millions, if you're going to make videos like, this is how the
economic, what did he say? Economic inequality or wealth inequality is the #1 issue facing the planet? I'm open to that, but there's a few other issues that pop up to me that I think are pretty significant right now.
Democrats win, and text every Democratic operative in DC. If you're going to portray yourself as the guy who has all the answers to our problems, you should probably understand what our biggest problems are in the first place. And in that regard, I don't think Ezra has any clue. In this video, I want to examine what Ezra Klein actually believes, which I contend is a certain brand of centrism rooted in the neoliberal values that I've discussed in prior videos like the 2008 one and the 4 Things MAGA Actually Gets Right video. See, Klein's particular style of centrist ideology has a tendency to earnestly address concerns of the MAGA movement, willfully shifting the Overton window rightwards. Klein expresses willingness to punt on vital issues like abortion and quibbles endlessly on his podcast over the semantics of labeling Israel's endless killing a genocide. Conspicuously absent from Klein's discourse is any real discussion of class whatsoever. For a guy who will gleefully spend hours on his podcast discussing how means testing impacts zoning law, getting him to talk for 5 minutes about taxing the ultra-wealthy is like pulling teeth. More often, he spends time decrying economic populism as an oversimplified morality play, equivocating the roles of corporations and unions in American society. A lot is lost when you collapse the complex interests of politics into a simple morality play. This kind of low IQ marshmallow brain boomer both sidism drives me.
It was like 2 minutes ago. He's like, you know what? I respect him. He's coming at it in good faith, and then he hits us with this energy.
Me insane. Well, sometimes the Republicans are right, and other times the Democrats are right. And if we all.
I don't think that's what Ezra was saying in that thing that he just read.
Equivocating the roles of corporations and unions in American society. A lot is lost when you collapse the complex interests of politics into a simple morality play. This kind of low IQ marshmallow brain boomer both sidism drives me insane.
That wasn't both sidesism. What he just read was not an example of both sidesism. That's not what he was saying. He was talking about the oversimplification of populist rhetoric. How is that both sidesism? I don't understand.
Well, sometimes the Republicans are right, and other times the Democrats are right. And if we all just met in the middle, then everything will be okay. No, that's not the way the world works. In the real world, the working class has enemies. Billionaire capital owners and trillion-dollar corporations are not good faith actors who can be reasoned with. As Breaking Bad director Vince Gilligan recently described the tech oligarchs, it's basically a bunch of centibillionaires whose greatest life goal is to become the world's first trillionaires. I think they're selling a bag of vapor. So if it's not economic populism and redistribution, what does Ezra think is the solution? Well, to find out, you're gonna have to have read
I mean, really, when you get to the core of Ezra's solution, he's talking about listening to the voters and more accurately representing those voters. Which, at that point, we're just talking about like just democracy. That's just the core of what an ideal democracy would look like, is representation in government.
A little something called abundance.
I wonder if he read the book. I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt. I'm going to say he did read it.
But before we get into abundance, I actually have another solution for a very different problem. See, I've hit that point where a few drinks at night basically guarantees alcohol down. Using it, I don't on screen, no question to it. To renew a co-authored with Atlantic author and fellow know-it-all Derek Thompson, the rather arrogantly titled Abundance is sold as quote, a once-in-a-generation paradigm-shifting call to renew.
The arrogantly titled abundance? Arrogant? Wait, what?
A politics of plenty, face up to the failures of liberal governance, and abandon the chosen scarcities that have deformed American life. The central contention of abundance boils down to this: growth and innovation are being stifled by excessive government regulation. Klein and Thompson argue that by removing administrative restrictions on housing, infrastructure, and energy construction, America can build its way into an abundant future. Importantly, they don't wish to eliminate the government's role in this construction, but instead want the government to be able to act without having to contend with all the bureaucratic BS that prevents actually getting things done. And on this point, I actually agree with them.
That feels a little bit overly broad. They were talking about specific kind of sectors of industry and tech. I think what maybe distinguishes it from neoliberalism is neoliberalism is like a broad deregulatory agenda. Abundance was talking about more targeted deregulations.
In fact, I feel like almost everybody does. Here's Bernie Sanders' take on the abundance argument. So I don't need to be lectured on the nature of bureaucracy. It is horrendous, and that is real. But that is not an idea.
It pisses me off when people say abundance is just Reagan deregulation. I don't think Ezra Klein wants to remove housing regulations that keep buildings safer. Yeah, he was talking about specific regulations that were well-intentioned when they were implemented or passed through legislation, but have since proven themselves to be easily abused by outside interest groups. You know, is it a problem is it a problem that environmental groups are suing the state or suing various states to block the construction of multifamily housing? You know,
ideology. That is common sense. It's good government. That's what we should have. Ideology is, do you create a nation in which all people have a standard of living? Do you have the courage to take on the billionaire class? Do you stand with the working class? That's ideology. Breaking through bureaucracy and creating efficiencies, that's good government. California should have been able to build high-speed rails by now. Zoning laws are overly restrictive in large cities. Wind farm construction shouldn't be tied to DEI incentives. All of these are narrow technocratic policy arguments, which I agree with. But
okay. What's the disagreement? The main criticism that I saw of abundance was the charge that they spent basically no time talking about kind of social welfare programs in tandem with the deregulatory stuff. That was like the number one complaint that I saw about abundance.
But as Bernie says, that's not an ideology. And when you tout your book as paradigm shifting and once in a generation, styling it as a treatise and labeling your followers abundance Democrats, you're selling an ideology. Here's an excerpt from Abundance's.
Well, Derek Thompson and Ezra Klein were not using these terms, right?
Opening chapter in which Klein and Thompson imagine a
loaner box. Hello, friends. Friends and neighbors. My neighbors from across the pond. Welcome, guys. We're gonna try to get Loner Box on the Live and Learn pod again soon, so he can talk about how UK politics are unfolding. But welcome, guys. Kick up a chair. We are watching a critique of Ezra Klein,
a fictional
Another American said the problem with abundance is that fixing the housing market has more to do with wealth inequality than overregulation. Most of the country is not overregulated, just certain states. Well, he was talking, so just to be clear, abundance did focus a lot on blue states. Specifically when it came to housing, the big complaint was with blue states, and they focused a lot on California. Say fixing the housing market has more to do with wealth inequality than overregulation. I would like you to go into more details about that. Because it seems like the supply side stuff is basically the reason why California struggles with the high cost of living.
utopia. Out the window and across the street, an autonomous drone is dropping off the latest shipment of star pills. Several years ago, daily medications that reduced overeating, cured addiction, and slowed cellular aging were considered miracle drugs for the rich, especially when we discovered that key molecules were best synthesized in the zero-gravity conditions of space. But these days, automated factories thrum in low orbit. Cheap rocketry conveys the medicine down to Earth. First of all, that world sounds scary as shit. If I wake up tomorrow and find myself in the abundance future, I'm going to grab a gun, snipe the nearest drone-delivered package out of the sky, rip open the container, take all of the star pills out, and swallow as many as I can until my heart stops. But I want to focus in on one particular part of that scenario. The line, years ago, daily medications were considered miracle drugs for the rich. I find that line very telling, because in a way it encapsulates Klein's entire worldview. If we could simply grow the pie, create this abundant new world of plenty, then everybody would have enough. And that, Ezra, is a fantasy. Because no matter how much we grow this economic pie, without establishing an egalitarian economic paradigm, the rich will continue to gorge themselves on it. To be fair to the abundance boys, they don't ever explicitly come out against welfare expansion or higher taxation or...
Well, the problem with this is that we just know that when a country develops economically, the average living and working conditions for the people in that country improves. Standard of living rises. They have better medical care, higher literacy rates, longer life expectancy, higher levels of education. They have access to more goods. Things become more affordable. We just know this about economic development because we've observed it happen a number of times all over the world in the last, especially 100 years.
Or redistribution, but they definitely didn't take the time to write a book about them either. And when you write lines like, the world we want requires...
it is unequivocally a good thing that more people have access to the kind of medications that were more restricted to wealthy people, a number of decades ago.
More than redistribution. We aspire...
You're saying we are going backwards. When you say we, do you mean in the country or do you mean in the world? What do you mean?
Aspire to more than parceling out the present. When you consistently and repeatedly argue that Medicare for all is not politically possible in America for years, as Ezra Klein has done, and when you sell zoning law reform as the panacea for all of America...
You can't just skip over that. I'm sorry, but you can, I don't know. If you get triggered by him saying that, I don't know what to tell you. I think Ezra Klein is on the record as being pro single payer. He would want a single payer type system. I could be wrong about that. I'm pretty sure he's said that he's pro single payer. But that's a different thing entirely from saying that Medicare for all was not politically possible at any point, which is just accurate. That's just true. You should contend with that because then you can get at, well, if it's not possible, what can we do to fix that? And unfortunately, the boring answer is by winning more elections, nominating more people that support that policy, and then winning more elections. That's the prescription for that. That's how you get it done. And we have not even come close. Ever since Bernie Sanders thrust Medicare for all into the national discussion, we have not even been remotely close to having the numbers to pass it. That's just a true statement. And to be clear, that's also Ezra Klein not saying that we should give up on single payer as a long-term goal. He's not saying
America's
that.
ills. We argue that Medicare for all is not politically possible.
Sorry, I just want to...
The world we want requires more than redistribution. We aspire to more than parceling out the present. When you consistently and repeatedly argue that Medicare for all is not politically possible in America for years, as Ezra Klein has done, and when you sell zoning law reform as the panacea for all of America's ills...
I just wish that they didn't... why do you have to totally bastardize the stuff that Ezra Klein actually says? you actually don't need to grossly mischaracterize the things that like I think this gives you insight into how the populist lefty mind works, because they hear the things that Ezra Klein says and then they turn it into something else in their minds. They just totally bastardize the actual things that are being said.
What are we supposed to think? Another issue I have with abundance is that it completely fails to consider the negative externalities that could arise when pursuing unfettered growth and innovation without accompanying redistribution. Author Matt Bruenig makes this point rather eloquently in his review of abundance, in which he notes that the pursuit of government-led growth in tech without accompanying redistribution.
See, there's the main complaint. Again, that was the main complaint that I saw from the left, was that they talked too much about deregulation, which isn't necessarily bad, given what like Bernie Sanders said. He covered that a little bit ago, but they didn't do enough talking about like direct assistance programs, like more welfare spending, basically.
Is precisely what birthed Elon Musk.
They focused in the book basically exclusively on supply side economics and supply side solutions to things like the housing costs in blue states.
In the first place. Indeed, we have now seen what it looks like when the government supports and subsidies.
Disdain says, I don't even think they recognize they are doing it either. When calling it out as bad faith interpretation, it's like the concept is completely impossible to understand. I agree completely. I don't think that they're knowingly being dishonest when they recap the things that people like Ezra Klein say, and they just totally straw man the shit out of them. In their minds, they really do translate it in that way. And so is that bad faith, or are they just not understanding what Ezra Klein is actually saying? I've seen Ezra bristle when anyone around him brings up wealth inequality, like he actively resists it, despite how obvious a huge problem it is. If he didn't do that, I'd have zero problems. Well, I think he's pushing back against, specifically again, like a populist framework. I think, and I don't want to mischaracterize him. I think that he would say that if you're focused on like no more billionaires, if that's your political goal, you're not gonna solve these problems, maybe at all, by choosing that focus. Like, you can have billionaires and then also do policy to reduce the cost of living, the bloated cost of living in California. That is a much more practical, realistic, direct way of bringing the cost of living down and making California more affordable for people, especially in the more like major metropolitan areas. You can find some areas of California where it's not crazy expensive to live. But it's just kind of a waste of time to have your political project be like, let's outlaw billionaires. Like, okay. I don't know. That doesn't seem like a realistic goal, does it?
Subsidizes technology.
Yeah, I to be honest with you, my spidey sense, I don't think he actually read the book, guys. I could be wrong, but I don't think he actually read the book. He's not talking like he read it.
Innovation, accompanying redistribution, is precisely what birthed Elon Musk in the first place. Indeed, we have now.
Sorry, wait, what?
That could arise when pursuing unfettered growth and innovation without accompanying redistribution. Author Matt Bruenig makes this point rather eloquently in his review of abundance, in which he notes that the pursuit of government-led growth in tech without accompanying redistribution is precisely what birthed Elon Musk in the first place. Indeed, we have now seen what it looks like when the government...
That's kind of a loaded statement. There's a lot to unpack with that statement. Are we saying that the system itself made Elon Musk a bad person? Also, when we talk about Elon Musk, we should also talk about like the stuff that he's done, which, if we're being honest, has not been all bad. SpaceX is pretty fucking cool. you can separate Elon the person from the things that, some of the cool things that his companies have done.
Supports.
If Elon Musk was not a shithead, would we have such a huge problem with like if Elon Musk was not a shithead, if he was like a decent person who wasn't fucking insane and on a ketamine trip 24/7 and donating $275 million to Republicans or whatever, if he was like one of the good ones or whatever, those brands would probably still be pretty popular among lefties, I would assume.
And subsidizes technological innovation and implementation without concerning itself with the inegalitarianism of the system.
To be clear, I'm not crediting him with like the rocket technology of SpaceX, but the companies have attracted enough talent to do some really, really cool innovations with that technology.
System. His name is Elon Musk. In its desire to promote electrical vehicles and rocketry innovations, the US government made him the richest man in the world. And then he used his riches to take over a major political communications platform and then the government. It's really frustrating to watch a hyper.
What system are we imagining that would entirely prevent billionaires or some billionaires from being awful shitty people that do awful shitty things? Like, are we talking about socialism here? What kind of socialism are we talking about? Like, yeah, what exactly are we talking about? Like, I would want to know more specifics about what this person believes about, like, what the ideal system looks like.
Hyper intelligent person who just doesn't really seem to get empathy. It's like he understands it in the abstract, but the human connection isn't really clocking for him.
I mean, Hamas is a complicated organization. Right. I've tried to treat it on the show as a complicated organization.
Right. I know you have.
It did spend many, many years specifically targeting killing civilians.
Mm-hmm.
I take that as different.
You said you're different than Netanyahu.
I take that as different than Netanyahu, yeah.
To be fair, Charlie Kirk did.
Oh, that's a tough one to unpack. There's a lot of moving parts to that. I don't even want to touch that with a 10-foot pole for the purposes of this reaction.
Didn't like empathy either.
I can't stand the word empathy, actually. I think empathy is a made-up new age.
But if we wanted to, and this is a question that I've posed before, if the dynamic was flipped entirely, if it was Hamas, not the Israeli government and the Israeli army and the Likud party and Netanyahu, if it was Hamas that had that military, those weapons, those funding, and if it was Jewish Israeli people that were living in the kind of conditions that we see in the West Bank and Gaza, how do we imagine that that would have played out? And just to be clear, that is not an attempt to sanitize what Netanyahu and Israel have done, not just in the last couple of years, but over the course of history. What would that Hamas look like if they had nuclear weapons? If they had an Iron Dome? If they had the arsenal that the Israeli army has? I think the answer is quite obviously that it would be considerably worse. But even I take issue with what Ezra Klein said a moment ago. He was saying that Hamas has spent a ton of time and money specifically trying to kill civilians. And he says that he thinks that makes them distinct from Netanyahu or different from Netanyahu. That's difficult. That's difficult, especially after the last couple of years, because it really does appear that the Israeli army or the IDF and Netanyahu were intentionally inflicting pain on Palestinian civilians. At best, you can say they had complete wanton disregard for the well-being of civilians in Gaza, which, that's pretty bad.
Term that it does a lot of damage, but it is very effective when it comes to politics. Sympathy I prefer more than empathy. That's a separate topic.
Elias with 137 months. Oh my God. Are you the longest subscriber? You might be. I feel bad for the Tesla and SpaceX engineers who have made such massive advancement in technology for the world, and it's all tainted by Elon. Yep. Not great. There's a lot of really intelligent, talented people at those companies that have done a lot of really cool stuff.
For a different time.
Early in the most recent interview with Ta-Nehisi Coates, Ezra worries that we are
already in a cycle of political violence,
which is kind of like seeing your 6-year-old brother grab a lighter and a can of hairspray, run into the living room screaming, "Flame on!" And as he sets the couch ablaze, the first thing that pops into your head is, I'm worried we're already in a cycle of couch fires. Really, Ezra? What gave it away? The 6-foot flame shooting from the canister, the smoke, the heat? Political violence has been the norm in the United States since...
What? Where is he going with this one? We are measurably experiencing more political violence in recent years than we had in a really long time.
Our inception. And for that reality to be downplayed and seemingly bypassed by Ezra Klein is
What is this? What is he saying? Like, we've had varying degrees of political violence in this country. And we've had periods where there was significantly less political violence, and we've had periods where there was significantly more political violence. Obviously, the Revolutionary War, there was a lot of political violence, but to suggest or imply that, well, there's always been political violence. Okay, but it's ramping up recently. And that is alarming. That usually doesn't, that's usually not predictive of like the health of a country's democracy improving over time or staying at a level where it's sustainable. Like, if you see more political violence in a country and you see that number escalating, then that's a sign that something needs to change. Like, you have to adjust that. Otherwise, it could lead to civil war or some kind of massive destabilization.
Frankly startling. His refusal to understand the past leads to his misunderstanding of the present. So he asks Coates,
what does it mean to be in this political community together?
Meaning people who fundamentally disagree with him. Coates' reply is earnest when he lets...
Wait, hold on.
So he asks Coates,
what does it mean to be in this political community together?
Meaning people who fundamentally disagree with him.
I guess that's what he means. You know, being in the same political coalition with differences of opinion. I don't know about fundamentally disagreeing with him.
Coates' reply is earnest when he lets Ezra know.
Well, first of all, I think it's a truth. You know what I mean? I think it's it's a foregone, like we are. I really, really believe that, you know?
Ezra has to be once again pulled from his Matrix-esque double life that he fantasized in abundance and made to understand that a majority of Americans, especially Black Americans, trans Americans, and immigrants, are living with these people who do not respect their basic humanity. They're their bosses, their co-workers, their waiters, their bus drivers, and teachers. Klein tells Coates that he would...
I would like to see...
He doesn't think that Ezra Klein understands this? I don't understand this critique.
People on our side. Yeah, go to evangelical churches. Go to places that feel unfriendly. Have conversations.
Well, Ezra, I have some good news. People on our side have done that. It kind of reminds me of when Ta-Nehisi Coates went to West Point to talk about the history behind Confederate iconography on its campus. You should have him on your show. Oh, look, he's sitting right across from you. Oh my God.
I know I, for instance, I have. Like, I know I, for instance, I don't know.
But Ezra Klein is not specifically talking to Ta-Nehisi Coates. He's speaking to echo chambers. Echo chambers are a real thing. Somebody said that wealth inequality, I think this creator said that wealth inequality was probably the greatest threat that the world is facing right now. But in terms of the country right now, I think the biggest problem in the country right now is hyperpolarization. I think that's the biggest problem that we face right now. There's a long list of problems that need to be addressed in this country, obviously. But the number one thing that is stopping any kind of progress from being made is the hyperpolarization. I would say it's a bigger problem than climate change, because you can't be expected to meaningfully address climate change if you can't do anything with government. And I think that's what hyperpolarization is causing. It's causing a kind of gridlock. We're kind of stuck in we're in a kind of stasis. And there's no breaking out of that so long as hyperpolarization persists. And probably the main contributing factor to hyperpolarization in this country and in many other countries, I assume, is how walled off we have all become with each other. Echo chambers are real. They are a problem. And if they're not resolved, then this problem will continue and hyperpolarization will continue to grow worse and worse. Polarization is not worse than wealth inequality. It's just my perspective. Well, it's triage. We're talking about triage here. How can you expect to do anything about wealth inequality? How can you expect a political party to grow strong enough that it can address people's material conditions, create a situation where people have more buying power, more people can afford homes, less people are experiencing poverty and suffering? How can you expect to address these things meaningfully if the country is hyperpolarized and we're just like back and forth, back and forth, back and forth every 4 years? That's why I say it's a bigger problem. It's like the oxygen masks in the fucking plane. You know, if you're a parent on a plane and the plane, for whatever reason, like rapidly descends, 20,000 feet or whatever, and there's a oxygen problem in the cabin or whatever. You have a problem because you're responsible for your child's life. That's a really big problem. But unless you address the problem of putting the fucking oxygen mask on yourself, you can't deal with that. So it's like, we're just talking about a hierarchy of kind of needs right now. But I just don't, this feels like such a dishonest interpretation of what Ezra Klein is talking about. Like Ezra Klein is talking about like starting conversations, like having conversations with people again. Like he's just trying to do something about the silos and the echo chambers, which are a problem, and they're causing more problems, and the problems are getting worse. And he's saying, well, Ta-Nehisi Coates already did that. He went to West Point and did but that doesn't change Ezra Klein's point. Like he's not really engaging in what Ezra Klein is talking about. He's nitpicking and making these irrelevant observations,
Their co-workers, their waiters, their bus drivers and teachers. Klein tells Coates that he would...
I would like to see people on our side. Yeah, go to evangelical churches, go to places that feel unfriendly, have conversations.
Well, Ezra, I have some good news. People on our side have done that. It kind of reminds me of when Ta-Nehisi Coates went to West Point.
It's just I don't know if it's dishonesty or if he just doesn't really understand what Ezra Klein is advocating for.
Talk about the history behind Confederate.
Hutch, the ContraPoints meme in full effect. They don't want power. They want to endlessly critique it.
Iconography on its campus. You should have him on your show. Oh, look, he's sitting right across from you. Oh my God.
I know I, for instance, I have. I don't know if it's on YouTube anymore, but I received an invitation, for instance, I think about when I went up to West Point and I had to go up there and talk about Between the World and Me. I had to challenge them very, very directly about what it meant to have, at that time, Confederate memorials up there.
Do you really not recognize the kind of culture I'm talking about here? Like, really?
He asks Ta-Nehisi, what happens if the dominant political force in the country falls on the other side of the line of what we deem acceptable?
I'm saying, what happens if 35% of the country, 40% of the country, the dominant political force in the country is inside that? Does that change anything? Or no, like the line just holds?
No, I mean, welcome to Black America. That's our history. The line we have drawn in general has not been majoritarian politics, unfortunately. that's just been what it is.
Yeah, sorry, Ezra, but being opposed to fascists, racists, billionaires, and Christian zealots is actually not going to be a fun thought experience for you and your nerd buddies. It's going to be uncomfortable. It's going to be uneasy.
Bro, there's no charitability here. Like, what is Ezra Klein really talking about at the end of the day? He's talking about trying to workshop a strategy to defeat these forces that he's talking about. The forces of like Christian nationalism, the forces of fascism. He is exploring different possible ways of remedying these problems and preventing those people from getting more power. And this person seemingly doesn't think that Ezra Klein cares about that at all.
Easy and scary. It's going to require you to stand up for something more radical than what you're advocating for. But that would take an ounce of courage.
How is that working out so far? I just have to ask. How's that working out? Are these problems? Is the hyperpolarization and the gridlock and the completely dysfunctional like discourse, is that getting better or is it getting worse? From my vantage point, it's getting worse. It's not getting better, it's getting worse. So how's that working out? Like his whole thing is just like, no, you have to kind of plant your flag in the earth and just stand on business and never make any kind of compromise whatsoever, which that's kind of tricky to pull off in a democracy. You know, like at the end of the day, the democracies are most healthy and they can get the most things done for the most people through cooperation, collaboration, and compromise. That's you're not going to be able to force the kind of politics that you want to just be everywhere. That's just not how that works.
Charisma and an unwavering belief in what he was saying. And that belief, that passion that possesses people to stand.
This reminds me of the thing that Obama said recently, where he was talking about how like your ideology like doesn't really matter at the end of the day. It's just about what you can get done. Like, I don't care if you're, call yourself a liberal, call yourself a moderate, call yourself a centrist, call yourself a progressive, call yourself a socialist. Like, who cares? Like at the end of the day, it's just about like, what are you actually producing? What results are you actually producing?
Stand up and be heard, to fight, to die for what they believe in is yet another thing Ezra can't relate to. The benefit of becoming a well-known political commentator and Democratic insider, you've got a lot of scoops. You have a very deep understanding of the polling. You've seen the data. You've even talked to the nerds who harvested it. The problem? It's that all this data doesn't have a conscience.
What the fuck did Obama actually do? Stop, you're trolling.
It doesn't have kids. It doesn't work or go to school. It doesn't face fear and hunger and hatred. It's not reality. It's binary. In another recent podcast episode.
When was this recorded? 13 days ago. So this was after the recent elections.
So titled The Blue Wave Cometh, Ezra breaks down the huge wins Democrats had across the country after.
Yeah, doesn't this feel a bit like stolen valor? BPM Traveler asks, has this guy fought against tyranny in the Spanish Civil War or something? Where is this moral high ground coming from? That's a great question. Because he's framing it as though like Ezra doesn't know the kind of struggle that I've had to fight for the things that I believe in. It's like, okay, that's great. What have you actually done? What are we even talking about?
Election night on November 4th of this year. His main takeaway was that Democrats need to center their message around one key word.
I like Spanberger's politics, her focus on affordability. I like Mikey Sherrill, her focus on affordability. I like Zoran Mamdani, his focus on affordability.
It turns out a lot of voters are into this novel concept of being able to buy things like food and pay for stuff like a roof over their head.
And now that left-wing populists are pretending as though they came up with a political strategy of focusing on economics, but that's kind of like every election. Like people across the political spectrum for decades have understood the importance of the economy in any election.
And have enough cash to put gas in their cars so they can actually make it to the job where they get paid $12 an hour. Thank God we were able to gather some insightful intel from that election night. Some more paradigm-shifting thought coming from the Democratic Party's top political strategists. Apparently voters like the idea of not becoming homeless or, dead. However, that's not all Ezra took from the Democrats' massive win on election night. Near the end of the episode, Ezra explains how Democrats could craft their own distinct identity in contrast to the Republicans' spiteful and hateful rhetoric.
There's a lot of power, a lot of political power. And as weak as it sounds to people to say, a politics of love, but I remember when Cory Booker ran on a politics of love in 2020, and I did an interview with him right around the time he dropped out. And we were talking about how it was very hard to make clear what a politics of love meant.
Love.
Anti-cruelty is the politics and affordability is the policy.
Anti-cruelty is the politics and affordability is a policy.
What is the problem with that? Isn't that basically the core of what Martin Luther King was getting at? Like, does this person have a problem with Martin Luther King's strategy of politics?
Now, you might be surprised, but I actually really like that.
Okay.
And I totally agree with Ezra on this.
All right. Okay. Never mind.
As cliche and sort of dumb as it sounds. The Democratic Party, or the opposition party to the current Republican Party, should be based in love and anti-cruelty. Okay. It is quite literally the antithesis to the overall vibe of the Trump administration, and that's what I would call an opposition party. But I think that has to start with holding firm to the values that have been core to the Democratic Party and its voters. For example, suggesting the party run a pro-life Democrat in Nebraska doesn't really feel like an expression of love to me. And it definitely wouldn't feel very loving to the women in Nebraska that no longer have bodily autonomy because we threw them under the bus to get a few more votes.
Are we not throwing various constituencies under the bus by allowing Republicans to win more elections? How is that not throwing people under the bus? And that was a big part of what Ezra Klein was talking. He said that in the conversation with Ta-Nehisi Coates. He said, how can we expect to serve the needs of like underserved communities or what we might call marginalized communities? We might be more specific and say trans people, for example. How can we expect to fight for trans people if we don't win elections, if we don't like have power and have majorities and block Republicans from having those majorities? Would helping to elect, one Democratic like pro-life senator in a deep red state, how is that throwing women under the bus more so than throwing those kinds of races and giving Republicans majorities so they can pass bills to restrict abortion? Isn't that more of a more impactful example of throwing these people under the bus?
Also, of all the politicians to bring up to describe the politics of love, Cory Booker is definitely an interesting choice.
Look, I'm one of a handful of people that don't take corporate PAC money. I don't understand my Democratic
What
Party.
about APAC money? You take APAC money, don't you?
A minuscule percentage of my resources come
I
from
read it's like 800,000.
Yeah, but that's a lifetime number.
I'm not trying to act like some moral authority here, but
I think when we looked it up, it was like that was like less than 1% of his campaign contributions.
Taking $800,000 from AIPAC and consistently voting to approve additional military funding for Israel, ensuring that they don't run out of their hot and ready missiles for their ethnic cleansing campaign in Palestine, doesn't really align with what I would call a politics of love. So
wait, hold on. Am I crazy? Didn't Ezra Klein express support for discontinuing aid to Israel? I could be wrong about that.
While I agree with Ezra on where the party should go, this seems to contradict a lot of what he said in the past. Because I don't think compromise and love can go hand in hand. Not in politics, anyway. Why do we have to give up on values and marginalize people just to win over a few votes in a red Midwest state? And this is my biggest gripe with centrism as a whole.
Well, do you want to win elections or not? That's the question. I mean, would you rather lose an election running a candidate who makes no compromises with any of their positions, would you rather lose with that candidate or win with a candidate who maybe more closely resembles the people that they're going to represent in Congress? Like, what's your preferred outcome? Daz Vidani says it's 2% of his yearly fundraising. There you go. Yeah.
It seems like being a centrist essentially just means always being one step behind the opposition. So if the plan is to
don't think that's what that means.
Eventually cave to a Republican policy later on down the road, why even vote Democrat in the first place?
Well, I can think of a few pretty good reasons. Number one, the federal judiciary. Number two, the makeup of the Supreme Court. Number three, whenever we give Republicans majorities in any kind of like local or state or government or in a like give them majorities federally, they do awful things and, you know, do things like cut Medicaid for 11 million people, you know, threaten to withhold SNAP funding, you know, get rid of the Department of Education. They got rid of the professional classification for like nurses and psychologists. Like, I could spend hours talking about all the awful things that happen when we give Republicans, like, why do I need to explain this? This is what fucking pisses me off. Why do I need to explain the difference between a Democratic majority and a Republican majority in the year of our Lord 2025 after 10 years of fucking Trump? Why are you asking such a stupid question? What's the point of getting majorities in government? Why would you ask that question? Why do you need that explained? It's fucking ridiculous. Is that a rhetorical question? Are you being tongue in cheek? Are you being sarcastic? What's the point of winning elections? Excuse me?
Essentially just means always being one step behind the opposition. So if the plan is to eventually cave to a Republican policy later on down the road, why even vote Democrat in the first place?
If you don't know the answer to that question, you should not be talking about politics. If you can't fill in those blanks, if you're asking that question in the first place, you have no business talking about politics. Focus on something else, man. Talk about movies or sports, stock trading. I don't know, dogs. Find some other hobby because you don't get it. Like you. That's the most fundamental question you need to ask yourself if you're going to become engaged in politics and get interested in politics in the first place. That's the first question that you should ask. What changes if this party wins versus. And how do those things change versus what happens when this other party in American politics, we're a two-party system. So you need to figure out like what happens when Republicans win versus what happens when Democrats win. And if you don't understand the difference at this point, I don't know I don't know how you could possibly not understand that after Trump, especially after Trump. I could be more sympathetic in like previous generations, where there was less of a difference between the two parties. That's certainly true. In previous decades, there was less of a difference, though there were still meaningful differences. There were less differences. The parties were more kind of close to each other at various times. Certainly in my lifetime, but not in 2025. In 2025, brother. Is this guy rushing or dragging? Oh, I don't know. Yeah.
If the destination is the same, then we're just voting to slow down the
destination is not the same. And the fact that the destination is the same. Even in the Ezra Klein hypothetical, we're talking about one policy difference. We're talking about like abortion rights in ruby red states and districts. And the hypothetical Democrat who maybe they agree with every other policy that the party is aligned behind, and on this one thing they diverge. You know, that's the kind of diversity that Ezra Klein is talking about. He's not talking about electing a Democrat who is basically would have the same voting record as Lindsey Graham. It's not what he's saying. Auto Cavalry says, bruv, you're anti-Mamdani. You don't give a fuck about winning. You want your neo-lib slop. Auto Cavalry, account created April 18, 2015, following since November 2025. You've been following for, oh, you've only been recently been like 10 days? I'm anti-Mamdani. What are you talking about?
Inevitable dismantling of democracy in our country as a whole. But you know what? Maybe this is an unfair way to treat the ideology, if you want to call it that, of centrism. Ezra Klein is not our biggest obstacle to real change. He's not a bad person, and he's not the reason Democrats lost in 2024. So what does genuine centrism actually look like?
I am so curious as to how he's going to answer this question.
And why do I blame it for getting us here in the first place? Let's zoom out for a moment. By the late 1970s, a political and economic ideology called neoliberalism started gaining real traction among people in power. Neoliberalism has sort of become the go-to villain when people critique the failures of modern liberal democracy. And honestly, for good reason. It laid much of the groundwork for centrism to take hold in American politics. Neoliberal policies began emerging toward the end of Jimmy Carter's presidency, but they were really cemented by Ronald Reagan in the United States and Margaret Thatcher over in Britain. In it, mate. But what does it actually mean? At its core, neoliberalism is the idea that the best way to run a society is to let the markets do all of the work. Free markets, minimal government interference, and personal responsibility. That's the formula. If you're American and these three main tenets sound familiar, that's because they are. No matter which party you voted for since the 1980s, both have largely followed the same neoliberal playbook. This is what people mean when they talk about the American Uniparty. Two supposedly opposing sides that might clash over some social issues, but ultimately agree that neoliberalism is the only way forward. Sure, some politicians and activists have drifted a little far to the left or to the right, and some voters start to question whether these neoliberal ideas are actually working for most Americans. But the Uniparty's job is to keep the culture wars and the identity politics front and center, to distract from the deeper economic rot that runs through both parties. That being said, over the past 40 years, while Republicans have continued to push for deregulation and tax cuts, Democrats have at least delivered some meaningful, if limited, progressive wins.
Okay, all right. That's usually more than you get from someone like him in this spot.
Expanding healthcare through the Affordable Care Act, legalizing same-sex marriage, raising wages across some
that didn't come from Democrats technically, but indirectly, I suppose.
States, creating the consumer.
Well, I mean, Joe Biden codified gay marriage, so that's true.
Financial Protection Bureau, and investing billions into clean energy through the Inflation Reduction Act. All of these have provided real, tangible benefits, even if they haven't fundamentally changed how the system works for the better. Or
what percentage of the country want to fundamentally change our economic structure? Or like, and I guess we would have to define what we would have to clarify what we mean when we say like a fundamental change. Because I think like whatever his answer is might be different from mine, might be different from yours, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But,
or as Ezra Klein would say, shifted the paradigm. So when the party forfeits some of these beliefs in the hopes of winning small populations of Republican voters, well, you'll always lose. And not only do you lose, but you shift the country further to one side of the political spectrum. See, in practice, centrism isn't about finding the middle ground. It's about compromising for the party that wields the most power. And recently, the Republicans are that party.
Depending on how you look at it. You know, if we want to start the timeline in 2008, the Democrats have had a trifecta for 12 out of those years. And Republicans had a trifecta for, hold on. A full trifecta. Democrats had, actually, I'm getting confused here. If we just talk about presidents, because I think that's what he's talking about. If we just talk about presidents, a Democrat has been president for 12 out of the last. Why is my brain breaking with math right now? Democrats are winning a lot of elections too. That's my point. It hasn't just been like Republican dominance. The Democrats have been winning a lot of elections in the 21st century, at least.
Take, for example, immigration. In the Clinton years, both Democrat and Republican leaders discussed immigration issues in pretty similar tones.
All Americans, not only in the states most heavily affected, but in every place in this country, are rightly disturbed by the large numbers of illegal aliens entering our country.
And for most of the 90s into the 2000s, voters had an unfavorable view of immigration. But we can see that around 2007, the two voter bases begin to diverge more sharply on this issue. Democratic voters gradually became much more supportive.
He's doing the thing that I feel like populist lefties do, or far lefties do. They're conflating a bunch of things. Like, I think in their minds, you can't be pro-immigration if you're anti illegal immigration. And so they treat someone like the median voter obviously wants a orderly, lawful system. That's probably like 95% of the country, probably like 98% of the country. Their ideal immigration system for like the median Democrat, for example, would be an expedited system where you don't have to wait like 6 to 8 years to get an asylum court case heard in front of a judge. But they're not asking for like literal open borders. They want they want the logistics of it. That's a good word, chat. They want the logistics of it to be sound, and they don't want it to be chaotic, and they don't want hundreds of thousands of people just pouring into the border with little or no vetting, They don't want chaos. They want structure. They want it to be orderly. They want it to be lawful. And that doesn't mean you're anti-immigrant. It doesn't mean you're anti-immigration.
Of immigration. But as the right ramped up its anti-immigrant rhetoric, painting undocumented people as threats to national security, jobs, and culture, Democrats struggled to respond.
We are going to build a great border wall.
It's actually not even true. The Democrats in 2020, they ran to the left on immigration. So you had Julian Castro, for example, in the primary debates saying that he would decriminalize crossing the border. Joe Biden ran on ending deportations altogether for the first 6 months of his presidency. They addressed the issue in ways that they felt like the paradigm had shifted in that direction. And so like all those Democratic candidates ran way to the left on immigration. And then you had a bunch of chaos at the border on Biden's watch, and the public saw that and they didn't like that, and it freaked them out. And so the public itself moved right. And then Kamala Harris ran on the border bill, the bipartisan border bill, but she also ran on, a pathway to citizenship for millions of undocumented migrants in the country right now. So like she wasn't running as a conservative on immigration in 2024.
To stop illegal immigration.
That wasn't running to the left, for fuck's sake. Holy shit. You don't think proposing decriminalizing crossing the border is running to the left? Like you wouldn't call that running to the left?
To stop the gangs and the violence and to stop the drugs from
Or I guess, Chorizo, what do you think would be like running to the left on immigration?
pouring into our communities.
Instead of offering a clear moral and economic defense of immigration, the party began adopting softer, more cautious language, emphasizing border security and lawful pathways.
What is the problem with this? What is the issue with this? Almost everybody wants this. Almost everybody who is pro-immigration and wants more immigrants coming into the country want a secure border. What is racist about this?
Instead of inclusion or reform. Over time, this
is hold on. What was the bill that the Democrats tried to pass when in Biden's first year, but was blocked by Republicans? What was the immigration bill that Democrats tried to pass in 2021 called? What was it called again? What was in that bill? This guy is just like, do they do any fucking research for these videos, bro? The U.S. Citizenship Act of 2021. Let's take a look at this bill. He said that they didn't do enough. What did he say just a moment ago? I'm so triggered right now.
Rhetoric more.
The drugs from pouring into our communities.
Instead of offering a clear moral and economic defense of immigration, the party began adopting softer, more cautious language.
When have the Democrats stopped talking about offering humane defensive immigration? When did they stop doing that? Of immigration, not illegal immigration, of immigration, just broadly. When have they stopped making economic arguments that immigration is a boon to the economy? They are, the immigrants are an essential part of why America is so prosperous. The bill that Democrats tried to pass was in 2021. It was called the U.S. Citizenship Act of 2021. The bill would have made sweeping changes across the board to the United States immigration, visa, and border control system, including reversal and congressional prohibition of many of the immigration-related executive actions of former President Donald Trump, providing a path to legal residence and eventual citizenship for as many as 11 million illegal immigrants in the United States, as well as current DACA and TPS beneficiaries, essential workers on a non-immigrant status, and agricultural laborers, recreating the V-Visa program to allow families to await immigration visa approval together in the U.S., ending country-specific visa annual maximums, granting immediate relative status to spouses and children of green card holders, and other changes. That is exactly what he just said the Democrats didn't do. They did run to the left on this issue, and then Republicans blocked that bill. And then the electorate moved a little bit right on immigration,
emphasizing border security and lawful pathways. And so,
what is the problem with this? Like, it's like I want to ask this guy, like, what is your ideal immigration system? Like, what would you, if you could just snap your fingers and create a new immigration system, what would it look like? I'm afraid to ask him.
Of inclusion or reform. Over time, this rhetorical shift became a kind of defensive crouch. The right's fear-based messaging about illegal aliens and open borders dominated news cycles and shaped public opinion, making Democrats afraid of appearing weak on immigration. Rather than directly confronting the xenophobia at the heart of that rhetoric, they tried to meet voters halfway.
On the border, the choice is simple. Kamala Harris supports increasing the number of Border Patrol agents. Donald Trump blocked a bill to increase the number of Border Patrol agents.
In doing so, Democrats...
Why does advocating for more Border Patrol agents mean that you're anti-immigrant? Can someone explain that to me? Why does that mean you're anti-immigration?
Completely lost their moral footing on this issue, allowing right-wing narratives to define the entire debate and leaving millions of undocumented people caught in that political crossfire.
She ran on a pathway to citizenship. I'm gonna Minecraft myself, bro. I really am. She ran on a pathway to citizenship. Kamala Harris ran on a pathway to citizenship, on a legal pathway to citizenship for people that are in the country and have been in the country illegally for years, but haven't committed any kind of major crimes. She wanted citizenship for those people.
That's how we got to ICE being handed $70 billion to execute.
No, the way that we got that was Republicans won elections.
Mass deportations and build concentration camps. This didn't happen overnight. It was a consistent compromise by Democrats to move closer to the center on an issue in hopes of winning over some conservative votes. And for what? Over 80% of your base is pro-immigration. There was no...
What percentage of... now I want to ask this guy, what percentage of Democratic voters do you think like don't want border security. Dalzudani with $2. These people really only talk to their bubble 100%.
No reason to capitulate to the right over this. And if
Mystical Cloud, thank you so much for the primer. I missed you for doing that for 5 minutes ago. Thank you so much.
If any Democratic strategist is watching this right now, I'm going to offer up some free advice for you. If you're trying to win over a voter who already hates immigrants, they're probably going to choose the party that's been talking about how they hate.
How did Kamala Harris try to win over voters who hate immigrants? What the fuck is he talking about?
Hate immigrants for the past decade, and not the party that just recently decided they do. For example, look at how Kamala
When did Democrats decide that they hate immigrants? What is he talking about?
Harris talked about the border on the 2024 campaign trail.
As president, I won't only bring back the border security bill that Donald Trump tanked, I will do more.
Do you know why she took that position? Because like 80% of the country supported that bill.
Secure our border. To reduce illegal border crossings, I will take further action to keep the border closed between ports of entry.
You can never outflank the right by moving towards the center. That's just not what true opposition looks like.
The idea that you can't benefit electorally by moderating your positions is complete ahistorical nonsense. I don't know what gives people the confidence to say something so stupid. You're never going to win politically by moderating. That's essentially what we're talking about here. He calls it like running to the right, but what we're talking about is moderation. And the idea that there's no political benefit to moderating, like, where are you getting this? Why are you saying this? What is this based on? Nothing. It's not based on anything. There's no, like, nothing. It's all vibes. Hutch gave you the best steel man if you want to try to engage. Okay. Maybe the take is by only strongly communicating the security part and letting humane be secondary, you manufacture consent for all those anti-immigration policies without the rest. My understanding is like every time she opened her mouth and talked about immigration when she was on the campaign trail. Now I'd have to go back and look at all of her speeches. That might take some time. Maybe we chat GPT that a little bit later. But she always paired a conversation or proposals for more border security with stuff like a pathway to citizenship and more protections for DACA and you know, she always paired the two together.
Compromise has always been a part of politics. Giving up your party's
entry.
You can never outflank the right by moving towards the center. That's just not what true opposition looks like. While compromise has always been a part of politics.
Really? Not in your mind. Okay, what is acceptable compromise? I'm just so curious. Isn't that a huge contradiction here? Isn't he massively contradicting himself? Because at every step of the way in this video, he has rejected the very idea of compromise.
Giving up your party's values and conviction has not. Centrism used to be viewed as...
How are Democrats giving up their values by advocating for more border security after we saw like record levels on Biden's watch? The system strained well beyond its capacity. Voters saw that and they didn't like it and they wanted something done about that. How is it a betrayal of Democratic Party values to create a system that can process these many cases? What is the benefit to us as the Democratic Party? What is the benefit to us as a country to have a system in place that can be so overwhelmed in the modern era when we're seeing numbers that we've just never seen in this country? Why is that a good thing to not have more facilities and not have more Border Patrol agents? What is the political goal to that? Like, what are you trying to accomplish by doing that?
Weak, not a strategic initiative to gain voters.
Oh boy. Oh boy. Get ready for the take of all takes on this one.
After the New Deal, the Democratic Party was deeply tied to the labor movement. Unions were the backbone of the party.
Is he going to bring up What do you think I want him to bring up right now? Is he even gonna address the racist, segregationist Democrats who were an essential part of that coalition? Is he even gonna touch that?
And Democrats saw protecting workers' rights as integral to building a fair economy. This was the era when Democrats proudly called themselves the party of the working class. They fought for strong labor protections, collective bargaining, high
segregation,
fair wages, and social safety nets that lifted millions out of poverty.
Also segregation and the maintenance of Jim Crow.
The government wasn't
Fantius, thank you so much for 9 months. Appreciate it, buddy.
Seen as the enemy of business, but more as a referee, ensuring that ordinary people had a fair shot in an economy that often favored the wealthy. Throughout the mid-20th century, pro-labor Democrats positioned themselves as the defenders of economic justice. Leaders
and racism
like FDR, Harry Truman, and later Lyndon B. Johnson viewed government intervention not as overreach, but as a necessary tool to protect people from corporate exploitation.
How big were their majorities, buddy?
The result was an unprecedented period of prosperity, where productivity and wages grew together and workers actually shared in the wealth they helped create. It wasn't perfect, of course. These gains often excluded women and people of color, but it represented...
Yeah. They sure did. Significantly. Wasn't always perfect, I don't think quite captures what we're getting at here.
A clear ideological contrast. Democrats weren't afraid to oppose the right on economic grounds because they believed that labor, not capital, was the true foundation of the American economy. So yeah, I think that when you give up fighting for these positions, not only do you...
No mention of it? Okay. Just the tiny, I mean, technically, I guess he mentioned it. Talk about a footnote. My God. That is crucial to the analysis. Crucial to the analysis of the kind of economic expansion and the kind of expansion of labor rights and labor movements in the post-war era, or in the FDR era, right? And then into the post-war era. That is a crucial part of the analysis, is talking about, well, what was that coalition in 1936, let's say, and is that coalition possible now? Obviously it's not. Ergo, Ezra Klein's, suggestions.
You move further to the right, but you also abandon your party and its base. And if we're only looking at this from a strategic point of view, the cost of wavering on your beliefs does not outweigh the benefit of getting a few more votes.
Really? What if it meant you took the Republican majority away? Excuse me? Why is that not worth it? Are you going to explain that?
It's simply just bad politics. And if we're looking at this from a moral perspective, it's not loving. It's hateful. And as Ezra has suggested, if the Democrats are to truly become the party of love, then every policy proposal and belief that they push for needs to be rooted in the same type of love. You can't just pick and choose who gets it based off of polling data and voter sentiment. If you want to defeat the right, then there has to be a left. But you know what? At least Ezra also thinks that the Democrats' move to completely fold.
I really don't even understand what he's talking about.
On the government shutdown, ensuring millions of Americans' healthcare premiums will simply become unaffordable, was completely spineless and just downright awful politics. So maybe.
Was it though? Are we going to get into details about that? Like, why was it awful politics? Hello? The last polling that I saw showed, I think, like around 40 to 45% of the country blamed Trump and Republicans for the imminent spikes in healthcare premiums versus like 20% who blame Democrats. So by a clear plurality, voters correctly identify the Republicans as being responsible for that. And when that happens, that is going to cause severe shock to tens of millions of people in this country. And it is a political stick of dynamite that the Republican Party is now holding. And I think a big reason why so many people correctly blame Republicans is because they picked that fight. Like, he called it bad politics, but I think I think the justification that he's using to call it bad politics is that we didn't get concessions on the ACA tax credits. But that's if that's the only way that you're defining success, what do you do if you take a stand and the government is shut down for 5 weeks and the Republican Party does not budge? Like, how do you force them to make concessions? You can't. You can't force them to do that. So what's the second best thing that you can get? If you can't get concessions on the tax credits, what's the second best thing you can get? Well, I think something that looks like this is probably that. You create the conditions for the healthcare premium spikes to damage the Republican Party politically so you can win more elections. And then hopefully, for example, the Democrats take back the House, especially if they have like really big majorities. Maybe at that point, they can exert more pressure and more leverage to get meaningful concessions. Or maybe they can't, and the Republicans simply don't budge and they refuse to budge. And we have to wait until the next Dem trifecta to fix that problem. It's remarkable how similar this guy's cadence, delivery, and messaging is to Second Thought. He's less insane, obviously, but the way he communicates his ideas is virtually identical. I just think that this is such baby-brained. Like, all of this is just... I don't think a lot of thought goes into it. I really don't. Into videos like this. I think people like this, they don't go into the, like, okay, so they pick a topic and then hopefully you analyze the topic. You try to get at what you're talking about, identify what the problems are, kind of set up what the dynamic is, and then just kind of work from there to unpack possible solutions and push back against ideas that you think are bad. I think he goes into these things, and people like him go into these things with these really kind of preconceived notions of the way things are. And I think, unfortunately for him and a lot of people in his kind of political movement, they have no solid foundation of an understanding of what is actually going on. Like, to dismiss the idea of compromising in order to win majorities, it's not worth it to compromise and win more majorities because you have to compromise. But then also, like 10 minutes ago, he said, he said compromise is always going to be a thing in politics. It's like, well, everything else that you're saying in this video completely betrays the idea that you are open to compromise at all. It is a lot of, pseudo babble. Like, it's just nonsense. I agree, though, he's less insane than Second Thought. I agree with that. Dosvidani with $2. He has a hammer and sickle bottle on his shelf. Wait, where? Oh boy. Okay, well, I guess that explains things. Been a minute. Okay, that is not that guy. What's this guy's Twitter account? Invite him on stream. Ugh. Is it this guy? I'm trying to find his Twitter account. That's definitely not that guy. Is it this guy? Nope. Definitely not that guy. I don't know if he has a Twitter account. I don't know, man. You can't. It's so hard to change. Like, it's so deeply ingrained, you guys. They have these, I don't know what you call them, truisms. What is a truism? Truism meaning statement that is obviously true and says nothing new or interesting. So that's not the word I'm thinking about. They have, like, how do I describe somebody who has like the fundamental kind of pillars of their understanding of politics are wrong. And so everything that kind of springs from that, it's like fruit of the poison tree. You end up having just nothing but really bad takes because your underlying assumptions about things or understanding are just so flawed. And anytime I try to engage with people like that, it's like it's really hard to break through that. And so you ask people really difficult questions, and you'll start to notice that they kind of fall apart and they kind of like crumble. And they don't have any good answers, you know? Like one good example of this is I recently, in the last like few months, I asked a few people that were like super on the left that were making similar kind of observations that he was about the Democrats when it came to immigration, accusing Kamala Harris, for example, of being like right wing on immigration, which is just absurd when you look at her immigration platform from 2024. You're right. She was right wing on immigration, proposing amnesty for millions of people that are in the country illegally right now. That's right wing. But I asked a few people, let's say your favorite candidate, they're running a primary in a kind of light red area or a purple area, and they do a town hall, and then somebody in that town hall asks them, they're going to ask them this question. And this is a question that Democrats all over the country are going to be asked in the coming year, leading up in the campaigns, leading up into the midterms. People in town halls all over the country are going to ask them, hey, we saw what happened at the border under Joe Biden. We saw the chaos that happened at the border. How do you plan to vote? And what kind of policies are you going to support as my Democratic representative in this district to address that problem and to make sure that that doesn't happen again? And then what answers are you going to give to those questions? And every time I ask somebody that question, like somebody on the far left, like every time I ask that question, nobody had any answers. They all say the same thing. It's all like, well, don't capitulate to right-wing framing in the first place. And I'm like, what does that even mean? Do you think there was a problem at all at the border on Biden's watch? Or people will say stuff like, you know, redirect and try to make the conversation about affordability and economic populism or whatever. And it's like, you're not going to be able to deflect that question. People are going to want a direct answer. And right now in the country, we see a majority of people in this country, pretty clear majority of people in this country, they want more security at the border. You don't have to do an inhumane system. Like, more security at the border doesn't have to be inhumane. You can do more security and have it be a humane system. They're not mutually exclusive. I think bookmarking that video to make them contend with will show you quickly they think Obama was terrible, and you can discount the opinion from there. Nonviolent communication is the way. You know what it means. Can't wait for the next video claiming Hutch is pro-ICE. I'm open to abolishing ICE, but you can't frame it like we're just going to get rid of like immigration enforcement. It should be, if you're going to run on abolish ICE, you just say ICE is just, you know, they're dissolved and it's folded up into DHS. Like, it's just DHS running it. Like, we don't need a dedicated ICE or whatever. That might even be a popular proposal by the time we get to 2028. Axioms. That is the word I was looking for. Thank you for that, Nick. I'm sorry, I just saw that. Axioms are like foundational beliefs, right? Like, axiom is a statement or proposition which is regarded as being established, accepted, or self-evidently true. That's yes. They're, you know, his and people like him, their axiomatic kind of foundation is just so fundamentally flawed. I watched the Tim Miller debate on my own time. I didn't watch it on stream, but apparently Jubilee is not doing DMCA stuff anymore because apparently Lonerbox watched a Jubilee video on stream and he didn't get he didn't get any kind of like copyright notice, so maybe we can watch those from now on. All right, this guy's got like 2 minutes left in the video, so
just maybe the centrist needs to be rooted in the same type of love. You can't just pick and choose who gets it based off of polling data and voter sentiment. If you want to defeat the right, then there has to be a left. But you know what? At least Ezra also thinks that the Democrats' move to completely fold on the government shutdown, ensuring millions of Americans' healthcare premiums will simply become unaffordable, was completely spineless and just downright awful politics. So maybe, just maybe, the centrist neoliberal Democrats are f***ing up so bad now that they're even shifting Ezra out of his centrist stupor.
Doubtful. I gotta say, I was not impressed by this person's video. Did not like those takes. Was not a fan. All right, let's get to the Tim Miller situation. We'll skip ahead quite a bit. Tim Miller interviewed Olivia Nuzzi. I don't know how to say that name.
Nice.
Who is a journalist who had an affair with RFK, and he legitimately made her cry. That's all I know about this. Is there actually a timestamp? Nuzzi, it's Nuzzi. Journalist that was covering RFK Jr. in 2024. They began an affair. Got weird. And now I think they wrote a book about that situation or an article about it. I don't know what happened there.
About RFK, just in the hopes that they can maybe provide perspective on this, because I can understand like being in your shoes. I've been in not your shoes, Lord knows, but
if you want, you can borrow them.
I could, I might. But firestorms, and it becomes, that is reality distorting, right? People are shitting on you, and I think that there are people out there that just want to hear every prurient detail of your life. There are people out there that want to see you fail. There are people out there that are mad at you for various things, and I can understand how one might jumble that with I think that there are people out there that are legitimately enraged about Bobby because he has they view his views on vaccine as resulting in childhood deaths. We have, since he's been in there, we've gotten rid of USAID. He's canceled funding for MNRA research. He's purged expert scientists from the government, massive cuts to NIH research. I mean, there are people that look at him and see him as a monster. And so I'm trying to channel the frustration that they might have that you would say, well, I have other information, that I'm not going to do a tell-all about everything about him.
Well, but I shared everything that I felt I responsibly could share, right? And I also, in this book, right, in this context, I told the most honest story that I could possibly tell. And I don't think it's hard to have this conversation in public. It's because it's just, I'm trying to think of how to phrase this. For instance, the person I write about is the man I did not marry, right?
I hate it when people say right a lot, like they're having a conversation, right? Doing a thing and I'm talking about a thing and there's a tree over there, right? Yeah. It's just, it always feels so condescending. I do not do that. There's no way. Listen to how compulsive it is for her. She says it every other sentence.
Can we just say this for people? Do you want me just to say it? Or should we just leave it like that?
It's your show.
I think we're talking about Ryan. She's referring, for folks who are trying to follow the character, she's referring to Ryan Lissa, who's written about this.
But he has presented his harassment of me, right, in this humiliation campaign as some sort of crusade that's in the public interest, right? That somehow...
Right.
the country will be saved by him writing some combination of like fan fiction and revenge porn. Right. And he alluded to or claimed that he was in possession of some explosive information somehow from me, unclear, that related to the assassination attempt on Donald Trump. And
sick.
Right. I was just thinking, let's say if that were true, it's not true, by the way, but if that were true, the only responsible way for him to handle that information as a journalist, he would know this, would be to quietly pass it off to an organization that does not have his conflicts, right? Because his conflicts make it so that that information could be readily dismissed, right? Or that it is tainted by the context that that information would appear in, which would be this campaign of vengeance, right? This kind of suicide bombers manifesto.
It's too much. There's, you can't unhear it. You can't unhear it, It is literally every other sentence. She finds a way to go, right. And it's like, I don't like feeling like you're guiding me along, It is a pet peeve of mine and it drives me insane.
That he's been publishing. That to me tells you all you need to know about whether or not there is serious information in the public interest that he is in possession of that's going.
So Ryan Lizza is another journalist that was dating her, and I don't remember if they were dating at the time that she had this affair with RFK, but now Ryan Lizza is doing these Substack posts that are getting a ton of traffic, and he's kind of spilling the beans about what she said about RFK. And there was some kind of allusion to Olivia herself, or somebody that she was a source for her, was in close proximity to Donald Trump. And Ryan Lizza claims that they heard Donald Trump say something about the Butler shooting that would shatter people's understanding of what happened. And many people understood that to mean that it was a piece of glass that shattered and nicked Donald Trump's ear. That was the thing that caused the bleed, which is something that people have been speculating about basically this entire time. Oh, they were engaged. Jesus. Okay. And I guess she in this moment is pushing back and saying that there's no truth to that.
To be explosive, right? Because it would not be responsible to reveal it that way. Right. And so I think it's tough to talk about because you've got to make different calculations about different types of information. I shared in this book what I thought was mine to share, what related to my experience, what I felt that I could state for certain, and what I.
Matt Damon's Nibs with 54 months. While I agree that most of these leftists criticize Dems videos are bad faith, I do think there's some truth in Dems lacking ideological coherence, fragmented technocratic messaging, trying to appeal to too large of a base. If you agree, might help pointing out when having heated discussions with said leftists. Well, we're kind of getting at the challenge for the Democratic Party. The challenge for the Democratic Party is that the demographics have shifted to the point where now their main voter base they skew more educated and have higher levels of income. And so that, I think, is or rather the technocratic kind of language that you're talking about is a reflection of that. Because Democrats are now speaking to a different kind of base. But yeah, I agree that kind of messaging and that kind of technocratic language has turned off a lot of people, and I think that the party would do better and have more success with demographics that were more historically aligned with Democrats if they change that. But the thing is like we're already seeing that. We're already seeing that now. The Democratic Party, candidates of all different kinds of stripes all over the country are already, you can see them taking the lessons from 2024 and then trying a different kind of strategy and it's wildly successful. And so I don't know. I'm not super stressed necessarily about the Democratic Party right now. I think they're headed in a generally pretty good direction. What's the argument against that? Like, I think they are adjusting to some of the shortfalls, some of the shortcomings that have manifested in the Biden years. I think they're already kind of adjusting. So, yeah.
I felt related to this broader story about the distortion of reality amid Trump's rise and the distortion of my reality, right? And I think it's worth people's time. You know, if people want to talk about their ideas about the book, or what their ideas about the author, or their ideas about what the book should have been instead, that's up to anyone who wants to do that. I'm not going to tell anyone how to think or feel about anything, but that's not, my hope is that the actual book that I wrote will be assessed on its merits.
Yeah, I just for the record found what he did by trying to tease for subscriptions the notion that you had some secret information about a conspiracy related to the Butler shooting in order to get Blue and on people to sign up, to be really, really gross.
Among other grotesque things.
There have been others, but yeah, that one in particular got my goat. The point that you make, though, is like, why doesn't he hand over information to a neutral reporter? I think that would be a fair question people would ask of you, like particularly not less now, but the book, like during that period between when RFK endorsed Trump and the election. Like, in theory, there could have been time you could have.
Well, you have no idea what I did or didn't do, first of all. But you.
Well, why don't you tell us?
But in that period, that was at the end of August, right, of 2024. Yeah. By this next month is sort of, I mean, I write about it in the book, but the next month is sort of spent with my world cracking up, right? And then with this scandal breaking out in public, and then with me fearing for my life, my privacy, and fleeing and then ending up out here and spending this year trying to lay low and think and write. So
I hear you, Olivia, and I just like, this is just with love, but like the guy ends up getting nominated to be HHS secretary. You've seen uphand how he lies and manipulates people. You've seen it firsthand. You have evidence. Mm-hmm. He's getting nominated, and you write in the book that like you were praying that God would use him as a force for good. Mm-hmm. It's like, I mean, by that point, it was pretty obvious that God was not going to use him as a force for good, was it not?
But you still pray.
Well, but there was no indication. It wasn't like I was praying that he was going to use him for force for good, ... parentheses, but I knew he was not, because he's a lying son of a bitch who is like perpetrating a fraud on the public. Like that wasn't in there. That part wasn't in there. So like, do you see it clear? But like, so you could have done something to try to, well, but could you have prayed for good, but also tried to stop it? You could have tried to stop it.
What are you asking me exactly?
I mean, again,
you could have come forward and gone public. I'm not confident it would have stopped it, but maybe, Matt Gaetz was prevented from becoming the attorney general. So, maybe it would have stopped him. His confirmation, I think, was a little bit tougher than the others. Like, there was a kind of open question if he was going to actually get out of committee, if his nomination would actually get out of committee. And, maybe if she would have come forward with some of her stories about him that might have, honestly, there would have been a decent chance she could have helped to stop him from becoming HHS secretary. Yeah, I would say so.
He was trashing you. Mm-hmm. He's being nominated to be HHS secretary. His mm-hmm. reign, I think, as you said in the newsletter today, you agree with, has not been good. You had information that you could have shared. Look, Matt Gaetz got denied. It's possible. RFK wasn't even a Republican. It's possible that these senators could have not confirmed him, and you didn't share anything about him. Why? Like, why? Did you still love him, or like was it just?
I don't know how to responsibly handle this on camera with you here. I'm writing in that scene that you're talking about how I felt privately, about my private reaction.
She seems to not even really comprehend the question. The question itself seems to entirely elude her.
How I felt privately. Right.
But you had you'd acted to help him. Like you admit in the book, you'd acted to help him over the course of the campaign. And so like once you realized that he was screwing you over, you didn't.
It was revealed that she helped RFK like squash negative press. She had contacts with people in the media and was actively helping to suppress negative stories about him, like during their affair.
You didn't take any counteraction. You just let him, right? Walk over you.
You're reading about it now. I lost my job.
He's in there and he's doing a lot of bad stuff. Like, don't you look at that and think, like, do you look at that? I guess when you're saying that you have the distance now that have clarity, like, do you see clearly what he's doing now?
Yeah, I agree with you. It's what was your phrasing? It hasn't been good. I agree with that. I think
that's one way to put it. How come I was able to get the COVID vaccine, by the way? I thought they stopped the FDA guidance for the COVID vaccine for people that were not like elderly. Didn't RFK Jr. do that? And yet I was able to get the COVID vaccine from my healthcare provider yesterday. Did it not go into effect yet? Or maybe I misunderstood what they did? I'm elderly. Yeah, I guess it's true. That's good. This guy walked right into that one, to be fair. Yeah.
That's the correct assessment. But you're sort of, I don't really know what to do with the question that you're asking me, because it's.
You could just answer it, like, did you not have any kind of impulse to, or feel any sense of responsibility to do what you could within your power, because you had a unique kind of ability to influence the outcome of the confirmation hearings at that point with the information that you knew about RFK? Did it not occur to you to try to prevent that outcome?
Making a lot of assumptions. It's
not making assumptions. It's just like you said you helped him, right, during the campaign. And
I write about it. I write about what I did wrong. Yeah.
And it's like once you've done that, like you didn't,
What a mess. What a mess of a situation this whole thing was. Wow. What a mess, you guys.
Like you cease to have become like a journalistic actor, and like you're.
Well, I lost my job, right? I was fired. Right. I was fired, and I was in hiding, and I was afraid.
Scared? Were you scared? Yeah.
I was terrified.
Yeah. What?
The fact that she did this twice is hilarious. Wait, what? What was the first example? When did she do this before? She cheated on her husband with another politician. Ooh, that's messy. Mark Sanford? Let me take a look at him. Part of me can understand risking it all for JFK, because let's be honest, I mean, like, an attractive guy, if we're being honest with ourselves. Oh, this was a Republican politician? While in Congress, Sanford was recognized as its most fiscally conservative member of the Cato Institute. He was also recognized by Citizens Against Government Waste, as well as the National Taxpayers Union. So wait, when this is the second time she's had an affair with a subject of an article that she was writing? That seems not great. How do you keep your job when you're doing that? Like, when did this happen? She couldn't resist Bobby the Bullfrog? Hiatus from politics, governor of South Carolina. Wait, when did this happen? Involvement in presidential elections? Oh, here, hold on. As early as January 2008, there had been anticipation that Sanford would run for president in 2012, and online support groups had sprung up on social networks like Facebook for a Sanford ticket. At the time, the governor neither ruled out nor expressly hinted a run, further boosting Sanford's profile. In advance of a potential candidacy, he was elected as chairman of the Republican Governors Association in November 2008. Yada, yada, yada. Washington Post blogger Chris Cillizza said that the revelation of an extramarital affair in June 2009 ended Sanford's chances of being a serious candidate in 2000. So this was 2009? Oof. Okay, wait, hold on. Here it is right here. Hold on. There were impeachment proceedings? From June 18 until June 24, that was a different affair of his? Okay. All right, what's going on? I can't find it in this Wikipedia article. Okay.
I mean, I write in the book about, I was terrified of the man I did not marry.
You know what though? Here, I'm sounding so judgy, but I was a part of an affair back in my day. I mean, I was a child. In fairness, I was 22 at the time, and I was deep. I was deep in it. There was this, I was working at the Olive Garden, and there was this girl there that I was wildly attracted to. She had a bunch of tattoos and just like looked so fucking cool to me. And, but there was always like a safety, like we would flirt, but there was always like a safety that she had a fiance. And I never, in my mind, I was not like thinking that we were gonna hook up. And then something changed. One night something changed, and she made it known that, it could go beyond flirting. And so then I was like in an illicit affair with this young woman for several months. I don't know, 4 to 6 months. And I was so deep in it, man. I was like convinced that she was telling me she was going to leave her husband for me. But there was something about that dynamic that was so, I don't know, at the risk of sounding like a bad person, exciting. There was like a danger to it that I had never experienced before in any kind of sexual relationship. There was like there's just something really extraordinary about it. And I got addicted to that whole thing. And I got played, you guys. I got played. She was telling her husband that, or she was telling me she was going to leave her husband to be, and I fucking fully believed her. And then I found out I was not the only side piece. And then I got really upset, which is fucking absurd when you think about it. Like, she was cheating on me. What does that even mean in the context of like, we're having this affair? But then I found, and I got crushed. It broke my heart. I'm like, what do you mean? How could you do this? And it's like, in retrospect, it's like, oh, it's pretty obvious how she could, how she could do that. She was playing me the whole time, bro. And it devastated me. But I mean, I kind of get it, I kind of understand. Like, so I'm not gonna judge her too harshly for that. Side note, many years later, I'm working at a different restaurant, and I'm opening the door for guests to, there was like an outside patio area, and I opened the door for some guests to exit to, like, they were done with their meal and they were gonna pass through the restaurant and go into the parking lot and leave or whatever. And I'm holding the door open, and then another couple starts walking up. And so I continue to hold the door open, and I look up, and it's fucking her and him and their baby. And I know that he knows what me and her were doing many, many years ago. And so I'm sitting there holding the door as this, and they pass through, and she's got a look of, she looks horrified and he looks pissed. And I'm like, is this dude gonna fucking, bro, is he gonna fucking punch me? I did wonder, you guys, because she got pregnant like a few months after we had last had relations. And I was like, doing the math, I was like, oh wait, hold on, what the fuck? And I did the math, and it was like 2 months off. So she would have had to carry our baby to term for like 11 months. But she got pregnant, had a kid with this man that she was cheating on with me for like 6 months before they had that baby. And I felt awful about it in retrospect. I definitely felt bad. Definitely didn't feel great about it. And it was humiliating. It was a humiliating experience. I debased myself in that experience. And wasn't fun. Wouldn't recommend it. Would not recommend doing that. It was awful. It was real fun and exciting in the beginning, and then it wasn't. And then it was like horribly painful. Then you became a liberal. Then I got cheated on like shortly after that. I got cheated on in a really devastating way. I spent months preparing to move to a brand new city. I moved to San Francisco and, upended my entire life. And then 2 months later, the girlfriend that I moved in with started cheating on me. And I was like, what the fuck, man? Really? After I did all that? And it was like, damn, this is karma. Okay. All right. I brought this on myself. Can I even be mad at the guy? I don't know. But yeah.
And I was very worried about people knowing where I was. And
oh shit. Grassroots with $20. To be fair, if you worked at a restaurant, you bartend, all of them are fucking, like all of them. The bartender is probably sleeping with the janitor. I mean, that's a little hyperbolic, but restaurants are very incestuous. But in fairness, I think I don't know. I feel like coworkers sleeping together, that used to be taboo, even just like 20 years ago or 30 years ago. And that's been a big kind of cultural change. A lot of companies have updated their policies. It's really normal now for people to have relationships with their coworkers, and it used to be very frowned upon. That was never taboo? No, for sure that was taboo. In a professional setting. I don't know about restaurants, but I do think it was like culturally taboo, yeah. But certainly at every restaurant, though, not every restaurant, but because there was one restaurant where there was like there wasn't a lot of staff, like it wasn't a big restaurant, and so at that restaurant, I don't think anybody was fucking. But at the big chains, yeah. For sure. There was like a stretch where it was like, for me, it was like back to back to back to back to back to back to back. And I wasn't the only one. Like everybody was fucking at the Olive Garden. That shit was rampant. Sorry, this feels oh god, Tim is like, oh fuck, what did I do?
I mean, I write in the book about, I was terrified of the man I did not marry.
Machinima was I shouldn't even get into that. What am I doing? I'm not gonna go there.
And I was very worried about people knowing where I was. And
Tim's like, oh shit. I didn't think she'd cry.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, we can pause it.
Sorry.
No,
That shit is still fresh for her. People speculate that she's still having an affair. I don't know, but that shit is still fresh for her. Because when was all this? This was, I guess this would have been a year ago, right? No, this would have been less than a year ago. Yeah, that shit is still kind of fresh for her. She's still in her feefies about that. Look at Tim's face right now. Look at this. Doesn't that face say it all right there? Anyone falling for that? I think it's entirely possible that the situation is still recent enough that it would conjure like deep emotional reactions. That's understandable. Ace with $10. Thoughts on the insane claim that fascism is connected to keeping women too thin? Leisha Miller claimed this once, and once you looked at her, you understand why she made such a video? Damn. That's mean. That's mean. I think Leisha Miller is attractive. I think she's an attractive woman. Why are we doing this? What are we doing? I don't want to do this. I don't want to talk about that. Certainly misogyny and reactionary gender norms, that is a part of fascism. 100,000%. That's a big part of fascism in practice, is keeping women in line. Like that is a big part of it. People dismiss that. I've seen people dismiss that. Because I remember vaguely, I recall, or there was a tweet that kind of went viral talking about that. And there were so many people trying to dunk on the tweet. What does this have? What does misogyny have to do with fascism? And it's like, well, just read a fucking book. Like every single time there's been a fascist movement, there's always been an effort to like undo any kind of progress that was being made for women and just like a strict kind of return to gender norms. Claiming that chicks are too thin because of fascism. I think she went a bit far. And I certainly think her Sydney Sweeney stuff was a bit much. And I know what video you're talking about.
Hey guys, at this point in the conversation, we need to take a beat. But then we started her back up. Stick around for the rest of the conversation with Olivia Nuzzi on her book, American Canto.
Nuzzi, that's what it does.
I mean, a lot of my whole, the last year was just,
bad decisions, it sounds like. We could say a lot of the last year, some bad decisions.
My whole life was destabilized, right? And it also just, there was, I was not in motion for the first time really since I was like 18, right? Because I'd been working my whole life and I had been, one of the things about being a...
She is young, you guys. She's 32 years old. This is a young woman. I did my messy affair shit when I was like 22, you know. Grassroots Hegemon with $5. It's illegal to be mean to Sydney Sweeney in this chat because her car collection is awesome. Don't know anything about that.
Political reporter that's so great is that you don't have to justify the stakes are always apparent, right? Like you never have to think.
What I want to know, because I don't really know, I didn't read her book. I'm not familiar. I didn't read her article that she wrote. Is she accepting any responsibility for her part in that? Because that was a big part of coming to terms with like the affair that I was in, was realizing how I got to a point, I was so mad at this person for not leaving their fiance. I was so heartbroken. I was so mad. I felt so victimized. And then with enough time and some self-reflection, I came to understand that I did all that shit to myself. Like I was making horrible decisions. I was ignoring about 17 red flags. And then at the end of the day, I was like, I couldn't even be mad at her because I offered myself up. You know, I willingly did that to myself. And so I did get to a point where I was like, I fucked up. I fucked up. And I don't know, has she kind of signaled any kind of accountability for herself? Has she acknowledged her own role in what happened? I don't know. To a degree, I sympathize with her. No one should be harassed. And what Liza is doing is so gross, but the core of what is happening to her is from her actions. You know what Liza is doing, and it reminds me of in a way more kind of extreme degree, is, do you guys remember what kicked off Gamergate? You guys remember that shit? You guys remember where it kicked the whole thing off? There was this independent game developer named Zoe Quinn, and she had a boyfriend who pulled a Mark Zuckerberg, and after they broke up, he wrote a blog article about her, accusing her of like cheating on him and and it's like, dude, you don't need to air people's fucking dirty laundry that way. And what Ryan Lizza is doing is like that on steroids, on crack. Because he's not only doing that, but he's like drip, drip, drip feeding like pay-gated, paywalled Substack articles, just airing all of that dirty laundry. That is for sure scumbag. A pretty disgusting thing to do. Didn't she say he abused her? I don't know all of the details, but I'm pretty sure she described a really sick, abusive dynamic they had, for sure, where he was manipulating the shit out of her and love bombing her and then just completely ghosting her. And you know, I wonder if RFK's wife has any thoughts on this, or maybe they have an open marriage, or I don't know, but like that's a whole, I don't know how to explain any of that.
Like, is what I'm doing important? Like, am I, you know, do I have purpose, right? It's inherent to the task. And that's an enormous burden lifted, I think. And then all of a sudden I'm dealing also just with like a lot of things and people I thought that I knew who were, it turned out, not who I thought that they were. And I could not predict.
And Ryan Lizza is 51 years old. I didn't realize that. This guy's 51 years old and he's doing fucking blogging about his ex-girlfriend's affair and just monetizing the shit out of that. He's making so much money off of that Substack stuff. You guys haven't, he's getting a ton of traffic on the Substack where he's spilling the tea on all this stuff.
Behavior successfully. And I was just scared. Yeah.
Desda, good? I don't know. I think that's really scummy behavior. In my opinion. I don't think you should air people's dirty laundry like that. I definitely don't think you should be monetizing it in the way that he is.
I hear you. And I'm sorry. Because of the stakes is why. No. It's because of the stakes of what you're talking about that I'm like, I'm sticking with this. That's why
you can ask whatever.
And so I just like, you said you left, you're in hiding.
I didn't say she's a perfect person. I'm not defending her actions, but I'm also not judging her too harshly because, again, I mean, it's not very comparable. You know, me having an affair with a bartender at the Olive Garden maybe is not the same. When I was 22 years old is maybe not the same thing as like a journalist having an affair with RFK Jr. in 2024. But what she did, I don't think that makes what Ryan Lizza's doing okay. I think what he's doing is still very scummy.
You're scared. Again, he's a man of huge responsibility right now. Like if there's another public health crisis, he's in charge. And I'm just trying to just ask directly, were you scared of him? Were you scared of Bobby?
I mean, it's dangerous for a woman to keep any kind of diary, generally speaking. I think history has shown that.
Kennedy history has shown that also.
Kennedy himself, if you don't understand that reference, kept a diary of an extensive diary of his sexual conquests. That's a disgusting way of putting it. Of his extramarital sexual relationships that he had with his first wife. And then she found it and it was over 100 women that he had sex with. And he kept a strict, that to me is that's a red flag. Keeping a diary of all the women that you've had sex with, that's very strange to me. Hutch, the former prime minister of the UK, who was in power shorter than a lettuce takes to spoil, is starting a podcast alleging that they tried to silence her. Oh, you mean Israel? Yeah, did he rank them too? Ew. I can't explain why. I can't articulate why. I'd have to think about it, but there's something about that that's so ew. Like keeping that kind of a detailed record.
I was just scared in general, and I felt like I felt very vulnerable in general, and it was very clear to me by the time I made it out here that no one was going to protect me, right?
You know what it is though? It because it feels like to me, it's like at that point, the women that you encounter and the sexual experiences that you have are kind of like a part of your personal collection, which feels a bit sociopathic. Wait, what are you trying to do with that? Oh no, it's too big. Damn, couldn't do it. It feels a bit kind of sociopathic, like you're just kind of collecting people. Oh, ya te vas? From RFK Jr. We already set something up. They're gonna come on Saturday. I'll text her.
Right, that it seemed as though no one really had any boundaries as it related to utilizing me or brutalizing me for their own benefit. And it seems recent events suggest that that's still the case. And so I was scared in general. And
women, am I right? Chat, behave. Jesus.
It was a strange time, you know. I mean, I also think I take over, you know, it's your criticism that I don't come out, you know, guns blazing.
That's another part of this story too that adds a whole other element of danger, I guess, you know. Like, I think it is appropriate and rational for maybe someone like her to literally fear for her own life, were she to, you know, come forward with this stuff. At minimum, fear some kind of retaliation.
In this book is fair, and you know, that's totally legitimate. That's your reaction. But writing about this at all is an enormous risk that I've assumed, and you know, I realized that there's a certain faction or many factions of people who are just never going to be happy with anything that I do, right?
Sure.
And that's fine. But I could have just not said anything, right? I could have not told you about my experience here. It's not going to make me look good.
Holiday season can be pretty stressful. People out of socialize now.
Even I referenced it.
Their best deal of the year right now. There's a Goodfellas element in the book at points where you feel like, did you ever watch the movie Goodfellas?
Oh yeah, I thought you meant I referenced it directly.
No, like, you know, the helicopters are following him, he thinks, and then the helicopter ends up following him. There's throughout the book, you're like, you think the drones.
Is there any left-wing crazy equivalent to this Valentina Gomez lady? No, I don't think so. Well, maybe, I don't know. She is insane. I know exactly who you're talking about, but yeah, this lady has lost it.
In England. But as you speak, you see, I'm just seeing a brazen Islamophobe, and people say that phrase doesn't exist. It doesn't, and I'm sure you find it funny, but I think you can make perfectly pertinent points about what's happened here without descending into such vile hatred towards an entire religion. And there are 5 million.
I don't know where she came from, who funds her. I don't get it. I don't get this person.
Muslims in the United States. Why would you want to categorize them in such a grotesque manner?
Oh, and those 5 million Muslims should definitely go back to their 56 Muslim nations. And let's get something very clear right now in your little show, Piers. I don't fear the groomers. I don't fear the pedophiles. I don't fear the corrupt politicians. And I definitely do not fear the dirty Muslims.
Oh, okay. I don't think we can watch that. Jesus Christ. Yeah, she's not new. She's been around for a number of years. She runs for Congress every couple of years, and she's just, her campaign ads are fucking insane. She's like, I don't know what, she's like just full brain rot, QAnon stuff too, you know, like, yeah.
We're following you. Was a drone follow?
She could win in Texas, by the way. Well, she hasn't won so far. I think she's run twice in 2 different primaries and didn't even get close to winning in either case.
Following you? That was another thing that never satisfied me.
Hope not.
Did you have a Ray Liotta feel to yourself at times? Like, who did you think was manning the throne?
De Niro. No, I often feel like Ray Liotta in the second half of Goodfellas. And
technically it was like the final third, but
I do root for bad guys in movies.
Same. Okay, a couple of.
All right, so I think we got the gist of that. I don't know. I have a little bit of sympathy for her, to be honest with you. I'm not saying she did a good thing or made good decisions, but to have her, you know, ex-fiance blasting out all these details is pretty gross to me. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. I gotta go take care of some stuff. Then we're gonna do some raids and Arc Raiders. One of these days I'll go live with some Arc Raiders so you guys can see the shenanigans that I get into. I had a great day yesterday. The day before, 4 raids in a row, I went in stacked and I lost 4 times in a row. Lost everything. And then yesterday, I was going into night raids with the free loadout. And I'm back up. I'm all the way back up. We'll see what kind of day today is. All right. Thank you guys. Appreciate it. Love you guys. I'll be on tomorrow at the regular time, assuming I don't sleep in again like this morning, which I don't think will happen. Maybe I'll set an alarm. 8:30 a.m. Pacific, 11:30 a.m. Eastern time. I'll see you guys then. Love you. Bye-bye.